Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our coverage. Sorry, we need to get a little bit closer up here, Eric. Here we are. Eric, this is the afternoon session of the 2026 RMC International Trophy at Le Mans. We've got a lot of heat racing to come this afternoon. This is where the drivers compete in their, well, we've got the senior drivers will compete in their second and third heat races. They've got 5 heat races altogether. The minis and micros, they're done for the day. They get the afternoon off. So we've got more heats for you. Lucky them. Although, as you can see in the background, that there, ladies and gentlemen, there. Oh, hang on. Let's try work this. That's more like it.
There.
That there is the aircon unit, which is saving our lives.
Yeah, for sure.
This track is famous in not just the world of karting, but the world of motorsport. But the International Kart Circuit here at Le Mans is known as one of the best in the world. Let's have a quick look around it.
Well, we've just been given the clear the grid for the mechanics sign. I'm standing at the front. Of course, yesterday we spoke with Tom Langlois, pole position for Team France. So we've got to catch this guy. But right behind him, Macaulay Bishop, last year's champion here in Le Mans. And of course, on the other side, Charlie Wolfit, focused for the fans, the hashtag. So for the fans, front row position today. In any case, as we look a little bit further down along the grid, a rookie right beside, or in this case behind Macaulay Bishop, Dragos Avasilkuti, of course has been a front runner in Rotax Racing as well, just like Macaulay and so many of the drivers here on the grid, since they were racing micro or minimax. Of course, it's a little bit different in France. We don't always have the micro and mini classes every year due to the system they use. But England, again, when Macaulay started, I believe, Macaulay, you were the first micro or mini driver at the grand finals who showed up. So since then, we've developed also the micro mini class. But here we are on the grid. It's C Max and of the heats this afternoon. So I think we've got lots of drivers here on this grid that have much experience in Rotax racing. It's going to be the best. It's going to be the best race since lunch break. But anyway, in any case, I can feel a little bit of tension. We're ready to go. Wait for the flag. That's it.
Thank you, Jen. Here we go. Race number 1 of the afternoon. Rotax, pole position, Tom Langlois from France. Gold Chain Charlie. Charlie Wolfit on the outside of row number 1 after a shocking retirement in the first race this morning. Macaulay Bishop, the reigning Grand Finals champion, starts third alongside Loris Berdinel. Behind Loris Berdinel, Dragos Avaslikute, Hugo Martinello, Ruben Morel, Max Sadursky, George Nasser, Matteo Rivals, Theo Guliteo, Rian Damadasa, Blake Southern, who is 16 years old today, Hugo Lacroix, Matteo Kubrick, Thiago Cardoso, then the rest of the top 20, Alexandra Parodi, Rayan Bourguignon, Daniel Sria Aisa and Pablo Estevez. Then you have Pemble, Saye, Roby, Durier, Testa, Burke, Foubert, Jameson, Surtees, Canal, Merafina, Frequelin, Morino, Pies Orenball, and Ruben Verheyen, who was fastest in qualifying, was then excluded, having to fight from the back of the field in Senior Rotax, the back of a 120 strong grid. Eric Ellis, you're about to bring them to the line.
Yes. Et c'est parti. Voilà, premier départ de cet après-midi sous l'impulsion de Tom Langlois. Tom Langlois qui va plonger dans le premier virage à la corde et tenter de garder cette pole position. Ouais, ça passe alors qu'un pilote là est parti très au large là. Et Tom Langlois qui emmène le peloton. Oh là là. Oh, ça s'est touché là et on est parti au large. Heureusement, pas de bobo parce que la sortie de piste était très rapide. Heureusement, sans gravité, tout le monde a pu rester sur son kart et tout le monde est reparti sans perdre malgré tout trop de temps.
The race leaders get through the first half a lap cleanly. At the back of the pack, we saw 4 or 5 karts come to grief. Miles Roby for the MLC Motorsport team was amongst them. A great catch by Sergio Big Guns, and leading the way, Roby gets for his efforts, gets a warning flag as well. End of lap number 1, and it's Tom Langlois on the Sodi kart, the all-French combination leading at the moment. Langlois finishing on the podium, of the Grand Finals last year, but he has company in the form of reigning Grand Finals champion Macaulay Bishop, who, with help from Dragos Avaslikute and Gold Chain Charlie Wolfit, have all just relegated the Frenchman to a very miserable 4th position at the moment.
Voilà, les choses vont vite, hein. Alors que Tom Langlois était aux commandes, eh bien, il s'est fait attaquer par Macaulay Bishop qui a ouvert la porte pour les autres adversaires de Tom Langlois et de fait Tom Langlois s'est retrouvé en 4e position, mais je crois qu'il y a eu un petit souci là du côté, ah non, le leader il est là, le numéro 368, Macaulay Bishop. Oui, c'est bien ce que j'avais vu. Avaslikute est en 2e position et Tom Langlois est 3e, c'est bien ce qui me semblait. On a un problème là pour le leader Bishop qui a disparu du classement. Il me semblait bien avoir vu un pilote partir au large au freinage du virage du Technopark et ça malheureusement pour lui, c'est Macaulay Bishop qui en a été la victime. On rappelle que cet après-midi les courses sont un petit peu plus longues, 9 minutes, ce matin c'était 8 minutes.
Yep, Bishop starting to stretch away. Avaslikute up into P2 for the MKC Motorsport team. Then it is Langlois. Now Langlois having to try and hold off his countryman Ruben Morel on that Gillard chassis. Or the Gillard chassis there, the traditional Gillard colours. Of course, now the chassis part of the OTK range of wagons. And behind Morel, Martinello, Wolfit, Bourguignon, Rivals, and the birthday boy, Blake Southern. They're in 9th position. But up at the front, Bishop looking serene now, trying to pull away Dragos Avaslikute, a podium finisher in I want to say Micromax, potentially Minimax at the Grand Finals. He does have a Grand Finals podium, does Dragos Avesilakute. There's Gold Chain Charlie picking up 6th position at the banking, and following Gold Chain through is number 3. I want to say it is the number 3. Well, it was a Dream Kart.
Nouveau passage sur la ligne avec McConley Bishop qui est toujours aux commandes, avec dans son sillage Avesilakute, et derrière un trio de pilotes, un tandem de pilotes tricolores, Tom Langlois et Ruben Morel. Et entre-temps, eh bien, Charlie Wolfit s'est intercalé entre Ruben Morel et Ryan Bourguignon. Sinon, on avait un triplé français dans les 5 premières positions. On va voir ce que ça va donner, mais visiblement, McConley Bishop n'est pas vraiment décidé à laisser le commandement de cette première manche de l'après-midi à qui que ce soit d'autre. Et le Britannique essaye même de creuser l'écart. Heureusement, derrière, on s'entend à peu près bien entre Avesilakute et Tom Langlois. Pas d'attaque intempestive, ce qui permet de garder le contact et de garder la pression sur le leader.
The technical flag comes out for Orsens Dourier. So Dourier, who briefly last night held pole position in this class during one of the 4 qualifying sessions that were needed to separate the 120 plus drivers. Now, sadly, one of the 126 original entries, Lewis Gilbert, is not racing here this week. Lewis, who is I think he has finished as the runner-up 4 or 5 times in this event alone. But Lewis, he was in training, he was coming back, he now racing, doing a bit of car racing. And the reason that Lewis is not here is because Lewis has just been announced as a driver in the British Touring Car Championship for the factory West Surrey Racing team. Yes, the same West Surrey Racing that guided Ayrton Senna to some of his early career titles, specifically in British Formula 3. William Pemble gets a technical flag as well.
Allez, il reste 3 minutes maintenant dans le temps réglementaire avant le tour additionnel. Et ça s'est resserré au niveau de la tête de course. Bishop est un tout petit peu moins esselé en haut de la hiérarchie, avec Avesilakute qui essaye de faire le forcing. On le voit grappiller des dixièmes dans la ligne droite du Technopark. Et il emmène derrière lui un Tom Langlois plutôt serein. On le voit très proche, très calme, pas d'attaque intempestive. Tom Langlois qui maîtrise son sujet là en 3e position. À mon avis, le Français va peut-être essayer dans les derniers instants de grappiller une position, voire 2. Et attention derrière à Ruben Morel, un petit peu détaché en 4e position, solitaire 4e, qui doit se méfier également du retour de Ryan Bourguignon qui est derrière lui.
Well, Bishop is still under pressure from Avesilakute and Langlois. Gap developing back to Morel, Bourguignon, Rivals, Wolfit, and then another gap back to Martinello, Sadursky, Southern, Lacroix, Estevez, and Julietto. Corley Bishop having a long look over his shoulder in the number 368 kart. Through the pits bend, and 90 seconds to go. Dragos Avesilakute has a run on Bishop. Bishop sees the danger and defends. And behind the top 7, here's the battle of 8th place on back. So that's Hugo Martinello crossing the line. No, that is not the run to flag. This is a change for the lead. In fact, it's a double change for the lead. Avesilakute sends one to the inside of Bishop. They both run wide on the exit. And watching, and the king of anticipation was Tom Langlois, who now leads in France, a Frenchman on a French go-kart. He's going to be tough to get out the way.
Allez, Tom Langlois qui est désormais aux commandes de la course, parce que Avesilakute a essayé de doubler Bishop. à l'intérieur du virage numéro 4. Malheureusement, les deux pilotes sont allés un petit peu large, ils ont ouvert la porte, ce qui a profité à Tom Langlois. Tom Langlois qui était derrière depuis un petit moment, qui laissait faire à Cécile Coutet pour voir un petit peu ce que ça allait donner. Et là, à la moindre opportunité, à la première opportunité même, Tom Langlois en a profité. Et derrière, évidemment, maintenant, on se rend coup pour coup, ce qui va faire peut-être la part belle pour Tom Langlois pour aller chercher la victoire.
Great move there from Bishop to get second place back from Avisala Kute, and just look at the damage that was done. Bishop going in late, getting alongside, and then just running Dragos a little bit wide on the exit. And well, there were a trio of Frenchmen that all said, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bishop, as they went through. Morel, Bourguignon and Rivals all passing Avisala Kute. Gold Chain Charlie Wolfit now at the back of this group, and here comes side by side. There goes the white and purple, the 305 Cup. It's the 309. I do apologise. Of Matteo Rivals, the Dream Racing machine. But we are into the closing stages. In fact, we are on the final lap, Eric.
Ouais, dernier tour pour Tom Langlois qui va résister, je pense, jusqu'au bout au retour de Macaulay Bishop et Ruben Morel qui va peut-être aller chercher une troisième position, ouais, clairement parce que le trio de tête s'est détaché et les trois pilotes sont à équidistance les uns des autres, ce qui va pas permettre bien de jouer de l'aspiration dans la ligne droite du Technopark, ce qui va permettre à Tom Langlois d'aller chercher une belle première place ici dans cette manche qualificative de la catégorie senior. Voilà qui est fait. Tom Langlois s'impose devant Macaulay Bishop et Ruben Morel. Derrière, on retrouve Matteo Rivals, Avassili Coutier, Bourguignon, Wolfit, Martinello, Esteves, Sousan qui complète le top 10 avec Esteves, donc 10e et Sousan en 9e position.
Well, Langlois takes the victory from Bishop, Morel, Rivals, Avisala Kute, Bourguignon and Wolfit, with Hugo Martinello in 8th, Southern Esteves, Lacroix Sadursky, your top 12, Roman Saye, Alexandra Parodi, Loris Berdinel, Thiago Cardoso, Teo Giloteo, George Nassar in 18th, and for the back of the grid, Seen Pais Orenbol, the young lady from Denmark, making it 15 places to 19th, out of Jean Arthur Foubert. Oh, a poor result for Rian Dharmadasa, plummeting down the order to 23rd position. And a look down some of the other runners and riders at the back who didn't make it at the end. Well, William Pemble, Oxens Dourier, they were both given a technical flag. Ruben Verheyen having to try and fight his way through to the back of the field after getting disqualified from qualifying yesterday. The Bouvan Power driver did not finish the race. Neither did Elliot Surtees or Timeo Merafina. And right at the end, Daniel Syria Isa from Algeria also retiring. Now I wonder, this camera angle here of the drivers bringing their karts back into Parc Fermé, it'll be very interesting to see some of the body language between some of the contenders as the weekend progresses and as the tension begins to rise. Because at the moment, everyone is playing nice, keeping themselves to themselves. I'm not sure it'll always be the case as things move towards the business end of the International Trophy.
begin with the song. Arno, front row here, one of our Canadian drivers. Now, we've seen you racing in the UK, but you're here in... Do you think that's actually helped you to be on the front row here by doing a bit of racing over there?
For sure it helps with the competition over there. It's pretty good. And
How is it here? I mean, it's tough. Not that you're back there, but you're up here, but it's still tough to be here.
well, the track is pretty nice, and I think I'm pretty fast, so let's see what happens.
How much racing are you doing in Canada?
Well, in the summer, yes, but in the winter, it's pretty. There's a lot of snow, so it's pretty hard.
You do any, like, snowmobiling?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. You don't happen to have, like, a ski-doo, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Really? Okay, hi to all our Canadian friends at BRP. The Ski-Doo is one of our products, so that's really nice. Okay, that's why you're allowed to be here, and little plug there, a little bit of an ad. Now tell us about the next Canadian race coming up.
It's the Canadian Open, so for a grand final ticket, so maybe I'm going to win there. Let's hope it's going to be better. Well, I'm trying to win this race, so let's see what happens.
We will see what happens. We'll let you get in the cart, and good luck, Arno. Nice to have Arno here and all our Canadian drivers, of course. I've spotted on the other side if Serge, big guns, Serge, my cameraman. I've heard you got your own Instagram account. Is that true? WFR's set that up. Okay, nice Freem race suit there. One of our partners here at Le Mans on the number 347 kart. I was admiring that, thinking it's pretty cool. And of course, everyone has to look in their driver's bag to see if they're one of the lucky golden ticket winners, because Freem are giving away a personalised, custom-made driver shirt. So make sure you look in your driver's bag or driver pack, see if you've got one of the golden tickets. I'm not sure if all the drivers look in the driver's bag or driver's pack, only to get the passes maybe, but have a look, because then you'll have to go to the Freem tent, give them your ticket and put your order in.
Thank you, Jane.
Nice to speak to Arno Henry. He's been doing quite a bit of racing in the UK, so let's see how he goes. Again, another pole position French driver on the first row.
Allez, Simon Périgny qui va donc de Vincent, c'est lui qui va s'élancer en pole position. Il aura à ses côtés Arnaud Sabourin, le pilote canadien, vous le voyez avec sa feuille d'érable qui trône en bonne place sur son casque et au volant du kart numéro 392. Derrière, on va retrouver Elio Gilter, Ethan Thorne, Noah Jensen, Tobias Norman, Bran van der Kwecken, Maxence Bouillon, Marco Bernardi, Sébastien Koch, Enzo Quedel, Mika Barthélémy, Christian Seriansen, Mehdi Laswed, Mathis Parlant, Lloyd Hare, Flynn Fitters, Matej Vikor, Albi Lapper, Vic Van Kampenhout, Giacomo Di Pasquale, Esteban Pichard-Tortelier, Eva Maurice, Charlie Nave, Hugo Rojon, Ryan Kérouz, Noël Zach, Titouan Hocher, Jakub Vondracek, Paul Madio, Gustave Peinturier, Maximilian Lupa, Enzo Saint-Léger, Badis Aïssa et Lars Lambers complètent cette grille de départ. On est parti pour le tour de formation.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, Lars Lambers starting at the back. Another driver that poled it in qualifying yesterday, only to be excluded for a technical irregularity. So the Bouvan Power team working on getting Lambers back up the order. But we have just had a French winner in the first senior race of the afternoon, Simon Périgny there, warming his tyres, although it is very, very warm outside. However, can you believe that rain is forecast for about 4 o'clock this afternoon? We've been looking at Eric has been looking at his very up-to-date French radar weather system on a number of weather apps, and they all say the same thing. Rain heading this way. If you're in Nantes at the moment, you're already getting wet, and it is heading towards Le Mans. How many more races will we get in before things get a little bit damp? Well, we're certainly going to get to the next slate, but the last couple of races this afternoon could be in somewhat less than perfect conditions as the lights go out and we go off and racing. It's a great start from the inside row, and then suddenly Arnaud Sabarin around the outside gains a position after losing a couple at turn number 1. And look at the RS competition kart. That's Tobias Norman coming in. There's the 394 exit stage left. Oh dear, that is not going to work. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Esteban Picard Dotelier. Someone call his chiropractor because he's about to hurt his back, and then someone call his dentist because all his fillings are about to get jingled and jangled out of his mouth. He is now, for the sake of his back sanity and everything else, has pulled off at the side of the circuit as you're looking at the rest of the field making their way through the final chicane. Led at the end of lap number 1, Perigny from Elio Gilter and Arnaud Sabarin. There is the 401 of Tobias Norman, holding up Bran van der Weyken for 4th.
Allez, premier tour bouclé avec Simon Perigny qui emmène le peloton avec derrière lui Elio Gilter et le pilote canadien Arnaud Sabourin. Voilà les 3 pilotes qui sont partis, un petit peu, qui ont décroché le reste du peloton. Derrière, on retrouve le numéro 396, c'est Van der Weyken, le pilote belge, et qui a derrière lui le peloton dans son ensemble, pourrait-on dire. On est lancé à la poursuite du trio de tête, alors que du côté de Simon Perigny, on jette un coup d'œil là au-dessus de l'épaule dans la ligne droite du Technopark. Et de fait, c'est Elio Gilter qui a repris les commandes de la course avec ce passage sur la ligne de chronométrage. Et on a toujours Arnaud Sabourin qui suit et qui regarde un petit peu les deux Français s'expliquer. On a vu Elio Gilter faire un signe à Simon Perigny pour dire allez, on y va, on roule de concert, on essaye de creuser l'écart et surtout de ne pas s'attaquer. Mais attention, parce que Van der Weyken, le pilote belge, est revenu dans le sillage du trio et j'ai l'impression qu'on va faire la jonction également derrière avec Norman, Marco et Jensen qui sont revenus, on peut le dire maintenant. Le groupe de tête a été rejoint et on se retrouve avec 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cartes côte à côte, enfin roue dans roue plus exactement, alors que derrière ça s'est un petit peu énervé là, à l'entrée de la ligne droite et que ça a dû profiter à Elio Gilter, me semble-t-il, qui a creusé un petit peu l'écart. On va surveiller ça sur la ligne de chronométrage, mais a priori Elio Gilter qui a pris un petit peu les devants, mais pas de grand chose, et c'est Arnaud Sabourin qui revient, le pilote canadien qui revient sur la tête de course et sur le pilote français pour l'instant. Arnaud Sabourin qui essaye de mettre la pression sur Elio Gilter, mais pour l'instant ça ne fonctionne pas. 3e, Van der Weyken, le pilote belge.
5 3/4 minutes remaining. Titouan O'Shea back in 20th position has just put in the purple sector through the first sector, and he is running just in front of Eva Morris. Eva Morris last year was pole position overall in junior Rotax, and now graduating to seniors, finding the step up, challenging, but still there. And here we go. There's the 319 kart. Perigny now under pressure from that Infinity kart, Marco Bernardi. Noah Janssen is there for Kraft Motorsport, and this looks like Sebastian Koch as well. Then Tobias Norman and Mika Bartolome in this group. This is second, third, and fourth. Perigny is back into fifth position. This is first, second, and third. This is Gilter, Saborin, and Van der Weyken. All three just in front of this group. Poulsen and Simon Perigny still holding off that yellow and black machine. Number 351, Marco Bernardi. Bernardi driving for that Infinity Racing team entry. Bernardi, along with several other Infinity drivers, have been very, very strong so far this week. And here's the next group of karts all squabbling together. And that was at the 4. It was the 4-2-6 kart. Mehdi Lesue getting past Vic van Kampenhout. The Sodi kart passing the number 411, the Belgian driver, for 10th place, with Syerson, Parlant, Hare, and Albi Lapper next in line. Lapper drove exquisitely this morning, did the CIK FIA Senior Academy Championship leader, but he is finding it a little bit harder going this afternoon. Now, why would we see drivers fast this morning and not so quick now? Well, several reasons. You got the setup, you got the tyre pressures, you name it. But ambient temperature has changed. It's a lot hotter. The air pressure has changed. It's a lot muggier. The air is now very thick, if you get what I mean. And of course, the track temperature has changed. All these things that keep evolving during the course of any day, but specifically a day that, we were racing at 8 a.m. this morning, those changes in the ambient and track conditions all have a massive effect on how you set your kart up.
Allez, c'est toujours la bagarre dans le groupe de chasse pour tenter de revenir sur le trio de tête. Mais pour l'instant, ça ne fonctionne pas. On a toujours Arnaud Sabourin qui est en train de tenter de combler l'écart sur Elio Gilter. Et derrière, on a le pilote belge Bran van der Weyken qui s'est lancé depuis la 7e position sur la grille. Il a fait une très belle mise en action. Un très beau début de course qui lui permet d'occuper cette 3e position. Et un tout petit peu plus loin derrière, on a Simon Perigny qui emmène 2 autres pilotes dans son sillage, à savoir Marco Bernardi et Sébastien Koch pour la 6e position. Un Italien et un Allemand derrière Simon Perigny pour tenter de faire la jonction sur le trio qui résiste. On roule, j'allais dire de concert, mais en bonne intelligence en tout cas devant, avec Elio Gilter, Arnaud Sabourin et Bran van der Weyken qui pour l'instant construisent petit à petit leur avance. Il reste 1 minute 40 à parcourir, c'est-à-dire qu'on sera dans les 2 derniers tours dans quelques instants. Ça y est, ça commence à s'expliquer entre Sabourin et van der Weyken.
Yeah, Bran van der Weyken not happy there. He tried to make the move on Saborin. Saborin held him off. Van der Weyken gives him a little bit of a love tap going into the Curve de Restaurant. And this has brought the number 319, Poulsen and Simon Perigny, back into play. So you're looking at second, third, and fourth. Elio Gilter. Well, we talked about it last year. I talked about it yesterday. Last year, Elio Gilter had the worst international trophy meeting, I think, in the history of meetings. Qualified so well and just could not get to the checkered flag. I think he entered the C final or something ridiculous like that, or I'm not quite sure, but his results did not match his speed. Now, Gilter, with some good fortune, is able to show his speed off to the world. He is currently 1 second up the road. There he goes on the number 347 Kart Management Group SK Racing entry. Here's the battle of a second. Saborin has finally managed to get a little bit of breathing space between himself, Perigny, Van der Weyken and Bernardi.
Allez, le combat va venir de l'arrière, hein, parce que vous l'avez vu, le ton est monté entre Van der Wecken et Simon Perini. Devant, ça semble être un petit peu plus décanté avec Elio Gilter, hein, qui a creusé l'écart et le temps est terminé. Le temps réglementaire est terminé, ce qui veut dire que nous allons rentrer dans le dernier tour. Oui, c'est ça, dernier tour pour Elio Gilter devant Arnaud Sabourin. Van der Wecken est finalement passé en 3e position sur la ligne de chronométrage et Simon Perini est désormais 4e.
Well, getting towards the halfway point of the final lap. Saborin on the KR Sports number 392 Cosmic Chassis works his way through Curve des Duchamps. Now into turn 5. Out of 5. Into turn 6 and 7. There we go. Do the hand signal. Up to turn number 9 now. The banking. And out. So far, Bran van der Wecken has not been able to make a move. Looking down the order, Lars Lambers from 35th to 19th. But obviously, irregularities in qualifying have scuppered his chances. But one driver whose chances are very much still alive and well, Elio Gilter, a comfortable win. Saborin beats Van der Wecken to the line with Perigny, Bernardi, Koch, Bartholomew, Janssen, Lasue, Norman, Syerson, Parlant. Your top 12, Albi Lapper, 13th. Out of Van Kampenhout, Hare, Mate, Lambers, Lupa, Morris and Rogion. So that is the second. Hang on a second, let me have a look. We've had the third one. We've got another senior race up next. Then we've got a couple of junior races. There's a look at the results. Ryan Carew is coming home in 22nd position. Charlie Neve, 24th, with Titouan O'Shea in between. And here is a look. Now, for some of these drivers, it is now getting to the point of no return in terms of making it to the main event. 72 drivers will qualify for the superheats on Saturday morning, which means that we're going to lose about 20 in juniors, but we're going to lose, let me think, 30, 72, 82, 92, 102, 112. We're going to 50 drivers in senior Rotax, 50 won't even make the superheat, which is incredible. As we look at the drivers, there's Albi Lapper with his green and white Tony Kart race suit on, taking his helmet off, standing next to the number 397 kart. And again, if only qualifying hadn't gone badly for Albi Lapper. But qualifying yesterday, 5 minutes, potentially the most important 5 minutes of the entire 5 days of this event. Well, there is a look down at the starting grid for Senior Rotax Group C and Group D. Boaz Maximov will lead them to the line. Paul Grisel, Svea Uben, Harry Freeman, Jeremy Roivers and Vivian Guionnet on the front 3 rows of the grid. Look for number 363, Teresa Babichkova, starting 9th. Look for Sean Butcher in cart 384, starting 11th. Look for Eason Seng, driver 418, starting in 15th position. Eason, once again, Eason's family providing the commentary box with Sunny Hills pineapple and apple cake from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, and I am here for it. Lead of row number 1, Harry Freeman on the outside of row number 2. The 324, Vivian Gionnet, is on the outside of row 3. There is Arthur Roban on the RM Power entry. Then the 318 is Titouan Lescaye, then Antoine Grissel, and just hiding there is Charlie King in the 374. Then the X-Kart team, Lewis Sumner. That is not an X-Kart chassis, however. Speaking to Louis Harvey, who is managing that team, and it was a simple case of the X-Kart just does not work here, so the team name remains, but the eponymous chassis has been ditched in favour of an OTK. Here's Rory Armstrong looking straight at the camera in that Dan Holland racing kart. There is a full starting lineup. Maximov Grissel, Uben Freeman, Roivers Gionnet, Taron Roban, Babichkova and Lescaye, Butcher Grissel, Antoine Grissel, then Joseph, King, Tseng, Sumner, Truman, Verheyen, Carve, West, Regia, Lemore, Sitko, Fouchier, Willems, Le Rigoleur. And behind Le Rigoleur, we have Delaunay, Kolev, Coman, Van Moerkerke, Littler, Armstrong, Courage, Jimenez, Serrano, and Verhagen starting at the back. Boaz Maximov, number 313, slows the field down. Paul Grissel for the Kart Pro Racing team will start there on his outside. Look at the difference between Maximov really getting temp into those tyres, Grissel choosing not to. That tells me that Grissel, now he gives him a little bit of a warm, but not much. That tells me that Grissel's kart, the tyres are due to come on straight away. He said he's thinking to himself, these tyres are going to get warm enough plenty soon. But to be fair, Maximov bringing them round at an absolute crawl. Now they will come out of Pitts Bend into Virage de Grandstand.
Et c'est parti avec Boaz Maximov qui va tenter de garder la position de pointe avec dans son sillage le numéro 396 Sver Uben qui est bien parti et qui a réussi à devancer Paul Grisel sur le kart numéro 329 qui s'est fait un petit peu surprendre dans le premier virage, mais rien de grave encore par rapport à cette course. On rappelle que le schéma par rapport à ce matin a été rallongé d'1 minute. On part pour 9 minutes plus un tour pour l'instant. Attention à l'attaque de Paul Grisel, me semble-t-il, au fond du circuit dans le banking. Il y a eu un changement pour la deuxième position. Et Paul Grisel, effectivement, qui est dans le peloton et qui derrière emmène du beau monde avec notamment Jérémy Revers, le 421. Voilà, premier passage sur la ligne de chronométrage avec Maximov, Grisel, Revers, Freeman, Urban et Antoine Taron complète le top 6 pour ce premier passage sur la ligne de chronométrage dans cette série senior qui oppose les pilotes du groupe C au groupe D.
Well, we've lost at the back of the field Lewis Sumner. No, Lewis Sumner is still out there, but a long way down. We do have, I think that is, I will double check this, we have a Sodi kart that has retired. I thought it might have been Thomas Verheyen. We will have to wait and see. Or it was Gabriel Jimenez Serrano. Gabriel Jimenez Serrano out of the race. Here comes Jeremy Roivers. The Kart Centre Campillos entry with the HRS engines aboard it. Roivers has been blistering in the Euro Trophy and is now trying to do the same thing here. There's the 4-2-1 kart. There is Roivers in question. That's a very distinctive red and deep blue crash helmet. It was orange and blue crash helmet with the black and red race suit for Jeremy Roivers. Up the hill towards the banking, Roivers holding on. Six and a half minutes to go.
Allez, le retour dans quelques instants des hommes de tête avec Maximov et Paul Grisel toujours dans son sillage. Paul Grisel qui va peut-être tenter à l'intérieur ici dans le premier virage. Non, finalement il se ravise le français. Il s'est retourné rapidement pour voir s'il y avait du monde derrière. Non, ils ont creusé légèrement l'écart, les deux pilotes, que ce soit Maximov et Paul Grisel qui sont roue dans roue avec derrière Jérémy Revers, le pilote espagnol qui tente d'emmener le peloton de chasse sur le duo de tête avec dans son sillage Freeman qui a du mal à suivre, qui a du mal à s'accrocher, mais en fonction des secteurs du tracé, il revient sur le pilote espagnol. Est-ce que les deux poursuivants vont réussir à rejoindre le duo de tête? C'est toute la question. Et surtout, est-ce que derrière, on va revenir ou pas? Parce que derrière, il y a Sver Huben qui est en train de mener la chasse pour revenir sur ce quatuor de tête.
Still got 5 minutes to go in this one, and there's an awful lot of racing still to go. There's an awful lot of contenders still in with a shout of this one. They cross the line, head down towards turn number 3 now. The leaders 2, 4, 6. I would say there's 8 or 9, not completely not completely nose to tail, but certainly close enough so that if anyone makes a mistake, they will lose. Well, they'll drop all the way to the back of this group. Maximov still leading Grisel. Roivers watching in third place. Roivers closing in now. And here's a move. There goes Grisel past Maximov at the entrance to the pit chicane. Out of the final corner across the start-finish line. 4 minutes to go. Still lots of time remain. Grisel, Maximov, Roivers and Freeman trying to break away. Roivers right on the rear bumper of the 313 kart of Boaz Maximov. Makes that pass up at the banking, and now it is the turn of the KR Sport number 370, Harry Freeman, to have a little nibble at the Dutchman, erstwhile race leader Boaz Maximov. Behind the top 4, Babichkova, Butcher and Roban are on their way. This has been quite a quiet drive for Sean Butcher. We're usually seeing him pass at least 112 karts per race. But he didn't mess up qualifying too badly yesterday, did Sean? So he's halved his workload, shall we say.
Allez, Paul Grisel aux commandes devant Jérémy Revers pour l'instant. Boaz Maximoff avait perdu 2 places. Va-t-il les perdre définitivement ou va-t-il tenter de revenir dans la bagarre? C'est tout le suspense de ces 2 dernières minutes et 40 secondes à parcourir dans le temps réglementaire, plus le tour supplémentaire alors qu'il y a un black flag pour le numéro 318. Qui va donc être contraint de quitter la scène de cette course, le 318. Voilà, qui est Titouan l'escalier. Titouan l'escalier qui était en 8e position. Il semblait bien avoir reconnu le numéro de Titouan l'escalier qui va devoir donc quitter la scène de cette manche qualificative au drapeau noir. Donc j'imagine que la direction de course a jugé qu'il y avait matière à sanction pour Titouan l'escalier. Allez, on revient sur le haut de la hiérarchie, le haut de la course avec cette fois un changement de leader avec Revers maintenant qui a pris les commandes de la course devant Paul Grisel. Paul Grisel qui est en deuxième position et Freeman troisième. Mais attention à Freeman qui vient de signer le meilleur secteur absolu dans le deuxième partiel. Il est en train de faire son effort, le Britannique, pour revenir sur le duo de tête.
Another retirement from the race. Off screen, that would be Antoine Taron joining Lewis Sumner, Boris Verhagen, Nolan Lamore and Gabriel Jimenez Serrano on the sidelines. So we're down to 30 runners. Sver Uben. Where has Sver gone? The answer is he's gone from the second row of the grid to 29th, second out of the grid to second row of the grid to second last in the race for Sver Uben. Antoine Grisel has also dropped an awful lot of places. He's 13 places down as we now progress. This will be the start of the penultimate lap, I'm pretty sure of that. And it's well, there's Roivers in second position, chasing down the race leader. Actually, Roivers is on top now. I do apologise. Roivers on top. Grisel second, Freeman third, Babic Cobra now at the fourth position.
Allez, retour dans quelques instants pour ce qui sera le dernier tour de course. Dernier tour de course avec toujours Revers devant Paul Grisel. Et il me semble qu'on va en rester là parce que ouais, il se retourne, Jérémy Revers, pour voir où est son adversaire direct. Paul Grisel qui n'est pas au contact et ça va être compliqué parce que là, pour lui, sauf erreur manifeste de Jérémy Revers, on voit mal comment Paul Grisel pourrait revenir. Il est un petit peu trop loin et par contre derrière Harry Freeman a fait quasiment la jonction sur le français. Les trois pilotes qui ont chacun une petite marge d'avance respective sur leur poursuivant direct. Mais attention quand même à Freeman qui est vraiment très très proche de Paul Grisel. Attention dans la ligne droite du Technopark. Non, le phénomène d'aspiration ne jouera pas d'erreur dans le dernier virage, surtout pour Paul Grisel, sinon il va se faire contrer. Et on va en terminer avec cet ordre, avec Jérémy Revers qui va s'imposer, Paul Grisel qui va sauver sa deuxième position et Harry Freeman en troisième. Voilà une belle arrivée, 127 millièmes seulement d'écart entre Grisel et Freeman. Babikova est en 4e position, Maximoff 5e, Arthur Robin 6e, Butcher 7e, L'Escalier 8e, Vivien Guyonnet termine 9e et Tom Cavé termine 10e.
Roivers, hard to believe that he is still in his first year as a senior driver. He's driving with such composure, 0.6 of a second ahead of Paul Grisel. ahead of Harry Freeman, ahead of Teresa Babichkova. Boaz Maximov, the pole sitter, comes home in 5th position. There's a look down. Roban, Butcher, Leskaye, Guillaume, Cave, Truman, and Matthias Joseph. Your top 12. There's a look down the order again. Some of the drivers, well, most of the drivers you can expect on these last two screens to not make it to the superheats. They will try, but it doesn't look good. One mistake, one bad result here can really screw your chances up beyond all recognition. And the drivers know that, because the next race coming up is Senior Group A versus Group E. And that is coming right up.
Et on vous rappelle que ce soir, après la fin des manches qualificatives, il y aura bien évidemment la présentation des pilotes, la parade des pilotes qui sont...
Well, here we go, Finlay. Now, yesterday I saw you after the qualifying. How's it been? First time on the grid?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I had a good line this morning and I feel ready for this race.
Not so hot today.
No, maybe a bit better. English, used to the cold weather.
I think it's not cold over there. I had some messages, even from Ireland, they said they're sweating. And here we are, it's lovely, racing in France.
Yeah, sounds really cool.
Yeah. You were fast yesterday.
Very.
Very fast. But, yes, racing's a different story.
Yeah, racing's obviously the other part of the game. Let's see how it goes and hopefully we can come out on top.
If I'm a young driver and I'm watching you right now from home, and I'm thinking, how do I get to be this good? How do I get to be at the front in this field? What advice could you give them?
Just drive the kart.
Drive the kart. What else? Don't turn around?
Do what you like, what you prefer, try different things, and that's about it.
Yeah. And have you got any friends on this grid?
Got a couple. Not everyone, but sure got a couple.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going to get the board. He's going to blow the whistle. He's always chasing me off the grid. So in any case, we're going to say congratulations for yesterday because we weren't on the live stream. Would you like to say hi to anyone watching?
Well, I'd say hi to my dad at home and all my family and friends watching from England.
We wish you were here, but they're here with you. We've got 3 days of live stream. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
You got any animals at home, dogs or cats?
I used to have a dog, but it died a couple of years ago. But
Well, I'm sure he's there with you, but in any case, most of the kids always include mum, dad, grandparents and the pets. Okay, so good luck. Nice to have you here, Finley.
Voilà, les pilotes qui sont maintenant seuls en pré-grille, puisque vous avez peut-être entendu pendant que Jen était en interview, eh bien, le coup de sifflet retentir demandant l'évacuation de cette pré-grille. Les pilotes qui vont donc pouvoir eh bien, en découdre dans quelques instants pour cette manche qualificative junior, avec là encore 34 pilotes au départ. Et c'est qui sera le pilote en pole position. Il aura à ses côtés Kartsensor, le pilote français, le numéro 277. Derrière Sébastien Clark, Martin Soltis, Ray Pascu, Louis Radcliffe, Kimi May, Marcel Popacoul, Nolan Michaud, Mia Zanki, Lucas Holmes-Balak, Charles Ural, Thomas Jackson, Loris Perron, Liam Berdinel, Nathan Lecuiro, Harry Radcliffe, Maximilian Kiel, Théo Polican, Lucien Smith, Thomas Gavenanu, Josh Cormack, Taigo Oltosen, William Roggenfield, Marc Humek, j'ai oublié une ligne, Nathéo Combasson, Luca Guillon, Max Humek, Ralph Rakitis, Philippe Ferck-Serrac, Benjamin Blanc, Liam O'Hagan, Armando Latorre et Matej Vondrajek. Voilà donc pour cette grille de départ dans la catégorie junior, une catégorie qui va une course plus exactement, qui va opposer les pilotes du groupe A à ceux du groupe E.
I've got to say that I met Max Umek, number 248, for the very first time during the lunch break. What a polite young man he is. He obviously wanted to come and, say hello, because he's watched a lot of Rotax karting, and he was with his mum, I believe, and he just came to say hello. What a polite young man, I have to say. Good luck to Max Umek, starting number in 248. He's down the field on that Xpree chassis, but hey, Sean Butcher qualified about 120th last year in seniors and led the main event, so anything can happen. Max Umek for the Karting Pro Competition team. Rares Pascu, he's a driver to watch because raced in Romania last year, very successful in Romania, but he is a Swiss license holder, racing under the Swiss flag here, and I've seen him this year. Sebastian Clark, starting third. His mechanic Aaron Yeo has done a lot of work with Sebastian. He is right up there, and Finley Lines leading the field to the flag. The grid formation doesn't look, it looks a bit scrappy at the moment. That's better. Now we're into the tram lines, and now the racing is underway. Lines with help from his teammate. Now that is why it's great to have a teammate starting directly behind you. Oh, exit stage right. That's an Infinity kart that has been sent to Infinity and possibly beyond. Nope, the driver is back on the track. In fact, it may not have even been an Infinity kart. That was Nathan Lecurio in kart number 214 for the SF Automatic team. Because Finley Lines was able, and the team, oh, well, there we go. The team formation has been broken a little bit, but Finley was able to, he knew that he had Sebastian Clark right behind him, so therefore he didn't defend going into turn number one, he just pulled across to the normal racing line, so his top speed wasn't compromised going through lap number one, and you just saw the race leader flash out of your screen, because at the end of lap number 1, Finley Lines leads by 2 seconds. I'm not saying you've got to close the book on this one, but you might have to close the book on this one. Oh, Lines has gone off. Lines goes off. There's the dust. Eric, the curse of the commentator strikes Finley Lines. And is there a problem? Has something, because, or is that just a momentary lapse of concentration?
Yeah, it was too fast. In fact, he rolling wide. Sorry, and yeah, he was quite lucky to keep the control of his car, because he was really fast in the grass.
Fast in the grass. Well, I have to say that
it's a factory driver for Honda Garden.
Ah, yes. Well, I do a bit of work for Finley's parents, the TCR UK Touring Car Championship, and I hope they don't sack me now. I put the curse of the commentator on Finley Lines. You could hear it shaking his head. He knows he made a mistake. He's brushed it off, and well, I mean, let's have a look at him going into turn number 3. He's better this time, but already Lines is up the road again. You're looking at him now. I mean, that's remarkable, Eric. Great start, makes a mistake, gives the others a chance. Within half a lap, he's gone nana, and back into the lead and away. There's a move for 3rd place. That is Martin Soltis. So, Martin, the younger of the Soltis brothers. Michael Soltis, I believe, is now in seniors. And both drivers have been to the grand finals before. They are perhaps, well, is it correct to call the Soltis brothers the leading Slovakian karting family dynasty? I think that'd be, quite fair, possibly. There is the number 2. There's the Danish driver. No, well, that's the Danish team, Polish driver, Marcel Popacool. Haven't heard whether what his old team boss, Kato Adams, is doing in Ireland at the moment. He was watching his first race this morning from a hot tub in Ireland. I'm not quite sure if things have escalated there, if Kato is still watching. And, you might not want to watch that, because that's a great move from Sebastian Clark on the banking. Popacool fights back, and behind them, Carsten Sewer and Charles Ural. And that's not good. Oh dear. Marcel Popacool is looking over his shoulder. That was almost a case of do not come back on track before me. And now Popacool is out of the race, well, that's why he's out of the race. Is he going to get it back in? It'll look good on a comedy reel. Yep. Let's, wop, and we're in.
Allez, on le voit, hein, c'est très disputé cette manche qualificative entre les juniors du groupe A et du groupe E. Finley Lines fait le spectacle. Il était parti avec 2 secondes d'avance dès la fin du premier tour. Ensuite, il est sorti très très large pour permettre, entre guillemets, à ses adversaires de revenir sur lui. Il avait creusé l'écart et là, de nouveau, eh bien, ça revient dans son sillage, avec notamment le numéro 235 qui passe, à savoir Race Pascu, qui est en 2e position, et Martin Soltis 3e, Louis Radcliffe est 4e. Malheureusement, on a vu Carsten Sor s'accrocher au bout de la ligne droite du Technopark, et il est désormais hors de course, malheureusement pour le Français, qui était parti depuis la première ligne et qui était à ce moment-là de la course en 7e position.
I'm a little bit worried now, Eric, because I started talking about how good Finley Lines was. He makes a mistake. I then talk about how good Marcel Popacool was doing, and then crashes out, or gets crashed out. Maybe I should have gone back and commentated on the Argentine football team last night. And then the result would have been different for all my English friends here in the paddock. Lines under pressure from Rares Pascu and from Martin Soltis. Lines checks over his shoulder. Now his mechanic, Jay Taylor, is standing on the start-finish straight. That's where he's sort of away from the rest of the mechanics, very quietly, just giving Finley his instructions. of what to do. Soltis on a mission, however. Martin's dad is renowned for his sort of Stetson-style, Texan Stetson-style cowboy hat, just to keep the sun away. Well, will we see a cowboy hat thrown in the air if Soltis wins the international trophy? In the same way that Colin Chapman used to throw his hat in the air every time a Lotus won a Formula One race back in the day. Soltis passes Pascu. Is he closing in on Finley Lines? Well, not closing in, but he's keeping him in check. There's Sebastian Clark in the number 257 machine. Ahead of Louis Ratcliffe, Charles Ural runs in 6th position. 2 minutes to go.
Allez, il reste 2 minutes et pour l'instant, eh bien, ça semble plutôt rebasculer en faveur de Finley Lines qui, eh bien, après avoir été sous la menace, eh bien, semble de nouveau se détacher. Raison pour laquelle peut-être Soltis a passé Pascu pour le gain de la 2e place et Soltis qui va tenter à lui seul de refaire le petit retard qu'il concède sur le leader. On va voir si ça va marcher. On regarde dans la ligne droite du Technopark à l'aspiration. Non, c'est un petit peu juste pour revenir vraiment dans le sillage du leader. Mais attention quand même à Soltis qui vient de réaliser le meilleur secteur absolu dans le 2e partiel. Allez, c'est maintenant ou jamais. Il reste 1 minute 25, c'est-à-dire qu'il reste en gros maximum de 3 tours, mais grand maximum. Et ce qui fait que pour l'instant, eh bien, Soltis a encore un petit peu de champ devant lui pour y arriver. Mais Lines, maintenant, a repris son rythme et il semble bien parti pour conserver le leadership. Mais attention, rien n'est fait et on espère surtout que son kart n'est pas endommagé par sa sortie de piste du début de course. Peut-être que là, sur la fin de l'épreuve, eh bien, il y a peut-être quelque chose qui s'est un petit peu dégradé, ce qui expliquerait qu'il ne puisse plus s'échapper autant qu'il voulait le faire.
Out of turns 10 and 11. Down the virage, down the Technopark, straight into virage to Technopark. Now through Pitts Bend and outside, and out around the virage to Grandstand Curve. They complete lap number 9. Lines leads Soltis by 0.4 of a second. Pascu is 3rd. Then a gap back to Clark, Ratcliffe and Ural. Teo Polikand and Luca Holmes-Ballack run in 7th and 8th. Harry Ratcliffe and Kimmy May round out your top 10. Harry has set the fastest lap. He might be behind his older brother Louis in this race, but he is faster than his older brother Louis in this race. And Harry Ratcliffe, who had an arm injury dating back to February that he suffered at the Yas Marina circuit during a round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Harry Ratcliffe has fought back valiantly. Nolan Miko, Loris Perron, Liam Berdinel, Miyazaki, Tigo Holthausen, Luca Guion and Thomas Gavanenu, the Romanian driver, 17th, just in front of Scotland's Josh McCormack. But we're on the last lap. Finley Lines has survived.
Allez, dernier tour entamé pour les leaders. Finley Lines qui est toujours aux avant-postes. Soltis, Martin Soltis est revenu légèrement. Il a refait une partie de ce retard, mais je pense que ça sera un peu juste pour tenter d'aller inquiéter pour la victoire Lines. Il faudrait qu'il prenne l'aspi et qu'il puisse plonger à l'intérieur du virage du Technopark, mais ça ne passera pas. Il est trop loin pour profiter du phénomène d'aspiration. Et derrière, eh bien, Rares Pascu est un solide 3e également. Ça va se terminer ainsi avec la brillante victoire de Finley Lines.
Well, Finley Lines crosses the line to take the checkered flag. The rest of the field coming back through now. We're waiting. There's a good story here. And you might be able to help me with this one, Eric, because did you do the commentary for the RMCF race at Varennes earlier this year? Because that is a one-off race in France. It's a ticket race for the grand finals. It's held at the start of the year every year. Now, in this class, in juniors, on that weekend, there was a big entry. It was a good 60, 70 drivers, I was told. And in the final, the last 2 drivers on the grid decided, we think it's going to rain, and they put wet tyres on. And everybody else had slicks. The driver who started 36th and last, Liam Burdinell. There he is on your screen. Privateer entry, number 266. In fact, let's just say he's actually with the Torque Drive team. Well, Liam Burdinell was one of the 2 drivers that gambled on wets. Started 36th in last in the final, came through to win and take his very first ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals. We talk about how it's a champion versus champion race, the Grand Finals. Well, obviously, he is the Rotax Max Challenge France, because there are 2 Rotax champions in France. You have the NSK, the National Series Karting champion, and then you have the Rotax Max Challenge France champion. So he is a champion by luck, but hey, you make your own luck there. That must have been an incredible afternoon for young Mr. Burdinell, who is now doing everything he can to prepare for what will be, I will be kind, but it's going to be a massive, massive culture shock. Because Liam Burdinell, hey, he qualified for the final. There was about 50 drivers, but he qualified for the final, but he qualified last for the final, came through to win and take a ticket. He's going to represent France on the biggest stage of them all, on a tyre gamble. Now that is a story. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a look at the highlights from this most recent race. And of course, you're looking at Le Mans, which is the host of the event you're watching, the RMC International Trophy. Why is it the International Trophy and not the International Trophy Europe? Well, because it was the first International Trophy, Rotax's ladder of qualification events. But of course, this is effectively now called the International Trophy Europe. There is an International Trophy in other continents, including South America, which for the first time this year goes to Uruguay. The South America Trophy, about 280 entries, all engines and drivers from all over the world are permitted to enter, and there are tickets for every single one of the internal combustion engined Rotax classes. I'll be there. A big thank you to Nicolas Alagia, the distributor from Uruguay, for helping to organise that for me. But after that, the first tickets for the Rotax Grand Finals in 2027 become available on January the 21st to 24th in Macau, the Kalawane International Kart Circuit, right in the centre of Macau. If you haven't been to Macau, I can only urge you, please go. It is an incredible country. It's got some incredible sites, some incredible activities for drivers to do. The organising team, as they are in South America, the organising team, Moment Media, are a very, very professional outfit. They have made sure that that event in Macau is run to the highest standards. We had about 150 drivers this year, and I'm going back to Macau in 2027. So please look at the information all on the rotax-racing.com website. Follow Rotax Karting on all the social media channels. And if you're looking for arrive and race packages, then certainly in Macau for the International Trophy Asia, there are several teams. In fact, Roger Young, who is here managing Eason Seng and Gary Chu this weekend, well, Roger set up a super team, bringing Bas Lammers over, bringing a number of Grand Finals champions over from all over the world. He had drivers, I think 10 drivers from Finland, from Estonia, from Canada, from the UK, obviously from Chinese Taipei and Taiwan, had an absolute blast in Macau. So it's Uruguay for the International Trophy South America in October, and Macau for the International Trophy Asia in January. Next race is Junior Rotax Group B versus Group D. Bruno Matrullo and Albert Friend on row number 1. Trent Van Malik and Stanley Staffen on row 2. Maxence Leblay and Christophe Killer on row 3. William Nielsen, Theo Battisti, row 4. Then it's Luan Seidel, Denny Babicek, Leo Gonzalez, Turhan Erin und Lugogen, then Tom Reed, Anton Christiansen, Matisse Uard, Jensen Chalk, Marcel Metzi, Daniel Minto, Jens the Moonen, Dario Sanchez Galvez, Jensen Walker, Julian Duema, Mi Skibby Engstrom, Sarkani Hanger, Roslan Sri Aisa, Ethan Bailey, Teddy Zvicek, Gustav Duval Guache, Milan Della Ciment, Emir Siadowska, Tijan Vesneva, Elliot Mitchell, and Maya Benzhamza. Down the Virage du Technopark straight. Oh, and somebody. Right, we have got there's the 222 kart.
Teddy Zwiek,
but that's not the only driver who has pulled out on the rolling lap, because just on the approach to the banking, I can see a Sodi kart. It's the number 276, Theo Battisti, out of the race. 2 down before we even get to the start, Eric.
Ouais, 2 pilotes qui se sont arrêtés sur le bord de la piste. Teddy Zwiek pour le numéro 222 et Theo Battisti qui s'est lancé dans le top 10. Malheureusement, ces 2 pilotes qui ne vont pas prendre part à la course, alors que c'est Bruno Matrullo qui va donner le timing pour cette procédure de départ. Les voici qui s'engagent dans le dernier virage. Allez, Bruno Matrullo qui accélère et qui va donner le départ. A priori, non, ça n'est pas bon pour cette fois. On va recommencer.
I have to say that the behaviour at the start, we haven't had many false starts. And, well, it's only been one or two races where things have been a little bit unacceptable down at turn number 1. But the Minimax drivers will, I hope, get a stern talking to before their third race tomorrow. Please, if you're here at the circuit, I know that the minis and the micros have gone back to their hotels for the afternoon, but as soon as the racing finishes, and the last race, oh no, another one has stopped. That's the 283, but as soon as the racing finishes at about 5:10 here local time, we do have the driver parade, the driver presentation, and that is needed. That's Bruno Matrullo. Sorry, Eric. And no wonder you're playing. Our pole sitter is out of the race. That's right. You kicked that seat. Oh, no. Matrullo. He's already had one bad result. No, I'm busy talking about the driver's presentation because we don't want everyone to leave and not come to driver's presentation. Now Albert Friend's thinking, well, what am I going to do? I got no one. He controls the start. Oh, is he pointing down to something? Has he got a problem as well? This isn't... Albert Friend is pointing down at something in his radiator. He's got his hand over the radiator. Friend isn't taking the start. Friend's got a problem. Oh, they're stacking up. Lots of them have got problems. Half the field haven't got going. Now, that's got to be a centralised part that has failed. Red flags are out. That must be fuel, possibly. That's got to be that. There are so many carts that just didn't start, they were hobbled, and with 3 carts breaking down on the rolling lap, including the poleman. Well, there we go. Bruno Matrullo is now sprinting back to his cart because the race has been red flagged. I don't know why, and I'm not going to, well, I will speculate why. The only thing there's got to be, obviously, we use control fuel. Somebody at the back there is coming in. Why? Now, what else is controlled on the car? I mean, obviously they use certain oils, they use certain everything, but something has not sat well with the carts in this race for some bizarre reason. I mean, it could be a complete and utter coincidence, but I very much doubt it, Eric. That's bizarre.
Ouais, effectivement, grosse interrogation là sur cette manche de qualification pour les juniors groupe B et D, parce qu'on a eu Bruno Matrullo, le poleman, qui a connu un problème, et dans la phase de redémarrage,
there's other drivers pointing at their car saying the cart's dying. The cart's dying.
Et
if there's dirt in some of the control fuel that is now causing the engines to misfire. 3MK Events, the organisers, have had look at them all stopping. 3MK Events have had the most challenging week imaginable with the weather and the timetable changes. We are on the 17th version of the timetable because the French laws dictate when you can and can't race. It's a kart park. This, they've done amazingly well. Yes, there's been frustrations with some of the teams and some of the drivers because there's been a lot. Teams have been waiting around. Drivers, I think, someone was talking to me that Micromax, they went out once at 9 a.m. yesterday morning, and then at 10 o'clock or something, and then they weren't out till 10 o'clock at night. But obviously, look at the mechanics now sprinting onto the circuit.
And
they're being stopped.
Babicek here.
Yeah, he's
number
looking down.
263.
Now,
Voilà, c'est un peu la confusion, hein, pour être
peu de
tout à fait
confusion.
franc, ici, parce que on a plein de cartes qui sont tombées en panne. On a au moins 5 ou 6. Et du coup, on a pris la décision d'arrêter au drapeau rouge cette procédure de départ. On va remettre en place un petit peu tout le monde, mais on a du mal à comprendre ce qui s'est passé. Alors,
now, let's see what they're trying to do. They're trying to bounce it up now. There's the Dan Holland Racing team. There looks like there's other spark plugs, something. Well, if a lot of spark plugs are failing, let's have a look in. Yeah, spark plug out. Let's look at the bottom of it. If there's something that's fouling the spark plug, you can't have 10 spark plugs go down all in one go, can you? That's impossible. There is Albie's mechanic working hard. This is why you pay your mechanics a good wage. On the radio, spark plug in. Now let's see. Now he's got there. Now there is that is a French mechanic. Obviously working together. They're trying to clear the right. You clear it out, clear it out, clear it out. And fair play to the gentleman. Look at him. He's going to help the next Dan Holland Racing cart. Denny Babicek's having a sit down on the tarmac.
Alors, a priori, le 259, on a changé la bougie, ça semble vouloir redémarrer. On rechange également la bougie sur le 269.
Same thing, spark plug.
Ou alors, il y a un problème d'essence. There is a fuel problem, maybe for
I
all
mean,
the...
I mean, what the officials do need to do, and I'm not telling them how to do their job, even though I've just said what they need to do, bizarrely, is speak to the drivers. The drivers will tell you the truth of what is happening. You have got on the grid, you've got some of, in this particular grid, the likes of, and this is, the likes of Friend, the likes of Babicek, the likes of Anton Christiansen, the likes of, and I'm looking down the order, other, Leo Gonzalez, Luan Seidel, very experienced drivers. They will be able to tell the officials what they're experiencing. And then, and I'm wondering where the technical scrutineering team are, because this, obviously you use control spark plugs. That's the Haasa chassis, that's Jentha Moonen. There another spark plug being changed. No one on the front row. No one on the front row of the grid. Because the front row of the grid, well, there's Derek Babicek, there's Albie Friend, and you could see the mechanics there. I wonder if Jen can sort of have a word in a couple of very stressed mechanics' ears to try and find out what the problem was, and then she could tell us. I wouldn't speak to a mechanic right now on air because there would be lots of swearing. They're working extremely hard, and this is a bizarre situation, but I do wonder, Jen, if Jen is down at the business end of things, what she's seeing and what the drivers and the teams are saying has gone wrong. That's the fourth cart we're looking at, with a spark plug being changed. This is, well, I've never seen anything like this, and it has to be a control part of the event that every driver has to use that has failed. Now, the spark plugs are all the same numbers. The same, you only can use a certain spark plug. I think, oof. This is, well, it's bizarre, but it is very interesting. You can see the teams and the mechanics at work. Now, of course, people talk about the costs of karting. Yes, everyone around these karts has to earn a salary. Some of them are full-time mechanics, some of them are just parents. They're doing it, and others are managers or what have you. Now, there is your pole sitter, 283, Bruno Matrullo. He is sat in the pit lane with all the other karts that have had the same problem on the rolling lap. Now, Theo Battisti's kart is... Well, you've got to feel sorry for Theo Battisti because he is stranded out on the banking. So the opposite end of the facility to the pit lane. If he's had the same problem and he can't get his mechanic. Well, that's, you know,
Most probably.
we've seen other people get dragged. I mean, Bruno Martrullo's kart was stopped along with Theo Battisti's kart. They were both just parked. The marshals have got the one French driver back to the pit lane. Now, there is Technical Commissioner Paul Classen on the scene. One person per kart. Now, he's waving his hand there. So, we're having a look. Now, this is a bit of a deeper fix as we look. And, of course, yeah, my voice is going out over the tannoy system. It's probably best that I maybe, how about we go to some adverts, because the mechanics, and it's a highly pressurized situation, and they don't need me talking about it. We've got officials now going to the start line. Manuel Branco has got half the field who made it round. He's having a discussion with them, and the rest of the field are in the pit. So I'll tell you what, we've got a highly confusing situation going on here. Let's have a couple of commercials from our very, very loyal sponsors, and then when we come back, we will try and give you an update as to what the situation is and what is going to happen. Oh dear, there's the look of Albert Friend and his mechanic with the offending, well, that's the offending item in the mechanic's right hand, and in the mechanic's left hand is the tool. Stop doing that, please. Oh, you know, yeah, stop laughing. You know what you're doing with the spark plug.
Henry?
Yes, Jen?
Okay, I don't have any answers, but I'll take an educated guess.
Your education is far better than mine, Jen.
Well, you know what happens if I go just a little bit too slow? It's really hot. And of course, the adrenaline's pumping. Sometimes so's my right foot. And sometimes
Ooh.
I've got one foot on the brake. And maybe we just went a little bit too slow.
So we're thinking that they oiled up because of the temperature. We talked about the air temperature has risen, but the humidity is outrageous at the moment. So
now,
you're saying that maybe that the drivers going too slow, a lot of them ended up oiling up. Is that the speculation?
Well, that's just a guess.
I mean, no, it's
the
a
obvious
speculation,
thing,
yeah.
because when you're changing spark plugs, then obviously that's the reason why you can't start. And you know, sometimes some of the drivers are really good at that, especially the more experienced drivers at the front. And some of the other drivers may be not as experienced, so then they panic. And I saw this also this morning. Panic, put my foot down.
Now, well, I mean,
They go racing.
the green flag's waving, Jen. Now, the question is, how many of these drivers are going to make it back out? And I've got to say that you were right into the more experienced drivers, usually the ones that avoid oiling up. But when both front row starters, including a double international trophy champion in Albert Friend, oil up. Now, there's another kart that hasn't started off it. Everybody is still being kept in pit lane who changed spark plugs. Unfortunately, poor Theo Battisti, well, if I was Theo, I would be, it's the 241 who's stuck now. That would be Tian Vesneva. But I will say this, Bruno Martrullo's kart was parked and was out of the race when the red flag came out. Theo Battisti was also parked and out of the race when the red flag came out. Martrullo, with assistance, was able to get his kart back to the pit lane and get it fixed. Battisti, his kart is still stationary.
I think Danny Babicek actually pushed the kart.
Well, there's
and
one
ran
thing with
across
a
back
driver
into the
pushing the
breakdown
kart. There's
lane.
another thing with getting assistance from the marshalling
That's
team.
right. Normally it's a no-go.
But
one-
now, the 241 isn't going to take the start. The pole sitter is now Tren van Melk with Stanley Stafford on the outside of the front row. Welcome to international karting, Stanley Stafford. Spoke to him and his dad earlier on. Now they're going slowly. It's going to be anyone's guess. Will they all come up to speed? Will the survivors come up to speed? Yes, they do. And now the remaining runners are released through the pit lane. This is, well, I've never seen things done quite like this before. In front, Tren van Melk. And I will, we'll get how many drivers weren't affected? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 20. 23 out of the 36 starters made the second start in grid position. Another 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers were released from the pit lane and have joined the race. And they've just stacked themselves up at the banking. Half the drivers that did not get plugged up, shall we say, at the start, have now destroyed their own chances by crashing into each other and the banking. This race is going to have some real surprising results. So, 6 drivers, how many drivers were in this race? 33. 3 drivers were not permitted, 2 drivers were not permitted to take the restart, 1 then died on the grid formation. 1 kart died before they even came out. 23 survived the initial formation laps and spark plug issues, and then I'm looking down, 5 of them decided to crash into each other on the banking. So really, we've got 18 out of the 36 runners who have so far managed to make it through the first 2 laps of this race without suffering either a mechanical or driver-related issue. Remarkable.
Allez, cette course, elle est enfin partie avec une configuration un peu particulière, un peu plus d'une vingtaine de pilotes sur la grille de départ, 8 autres dans la voie d'accélération. Ils ont été libérés une fois que le départ a été donné. Il y a eu un accrochage dans le banking dès le premier tour. Et maintenant, on voit le groupe qui a été relâché depuis la voie de la pré-grille, qui est en train de recoller un petit peu au fond du paquet, avec notamment Matrullo qui était l'homme qui devait s'élancer depuis la pole position et qui a été victime comme une demi-douzaine de cartes environ à ces problèmes de bougie. Alors on expliquait du côté de Jen qui est dans la pit lane qu'il s'agit vraisemblablement du problème lié au fait qu'on a roulé trop doucement et qu'il y a eu des remontées d'huile, ce qui fait que ensuite les cartes ont calé, n'ont pas pu redémarrer. Et de fait, on a été obligé de changer les bougies, comme vous avez pu le voir sur les images. Maintenant, le résultat de la course sera forcément un petit peu différent de ce que l'on pouvait escompter lorsque l'on voit que, par exemple, le poleman Bruno Matrullo est pour l'instant en 21e position. Il enfile record du tour sur record du tour, mais ça va être bien compliqué d'aller chercher une place dans le top 10.
Well, after one of the most bizarre, I don't know why we didn't have a full regrid. The race was stopped before the end of the opening lap, and yet we didn't have a full regrid, which is bizarre. Tijan Vesneva out of the race. Ethan Bailey. Now, we saw Ethan. Paul Klassen was overseeing that. That wasn't a spark plug issue. That was a different issue, so he was not permitted to take the restart. Theo Battisti's kart was too far away to get dragged back to pit lane, and there is, is that the Sandro Ludovic racing machine running a little bit wide? So, did you not? Well, we'll catch up. At some point, the 236 kart there, that is the Jan Darms racing machine of William Nielsen, who is now in 3rd position, closing in on Stanley Stafford, the Hunter Motorsport team. And Stanley Stafford, I think this is Stanley's first big international race, and here he is running in 2nd position in the 245 kart. Mia Skibby Engström, Maya Bensama, Emia Siadowska, they were 3 of the drivers that crashed on the opening lap up at the banking. Teddy Zvicek and Milan Della Slament. They also crashed. Jenthe Moonen in the Haas kart is 25th. Albert Friend is 19th. Bruno Matrullo is 20th. Denny Babicek is 14th. Babicek in 14th is the leading driver that had the spark plug issue. I do have a thing, you know, when one kart was allowed to be dragged by a marshal from the middle of the track into the pit lane and then worked on to restart the race when it was red flagged. Okay, if we're going to do that, then we've got to do it for all the karts that were stationary, broken at the side of the circuit. Theo Battisti just happened to break down on the other side of the circuit, but that should not be an issue. It's a very, very bizarre way to get this race underway, I have to say.
Et les affaires ne s'arrangent pas hein, pour Bruno Matrullo qui était remonté vers la 15e ou 14e position. Il a été victime d'un accrochage avec un autre pilote au bout de la ligne droite du Technopark et il est reparti en 25e position. Donc autant dire que cette course, il va falloir vite l'oublier et passer à autre chose hein, pour Bruno Matrullo. Ça va être eh bien, à mettre aux oubliettes très rapidement cette manche de qualification. Pendant ce temps-là, eh bien, devant on a toujours Van Melek qui profite eh bien, de cette situation pour être aux avant-postes. Devant William Nielsen et Stratford, Killard est en 4e position. Et Leon Seidel, le pilote suisse, est désormais 5e. C'est lui qui mène la chasse sur le quatuor de tête.
Oh, and there's a driver. Slowing down again, coming off the final corner. We were just looking at back in the pack there, but there's a 242 kart. That is the farmer, Tom Reed, the reigning Minimax Grand Finals champion. And Reed is there in 9th position. So Van Melek, Nielsen, Stafford, Christoph Killer, Luan Seidel, Maxence Leblay, Jensen Chalk, Leo Gonzalez, Tom Reed, Julian Duema, Turan Erin Unludegan. Denny Babicek is now 12th. Marcel Metzi 13th. Gustavo Duval Guache. Mathis Uart. Anton Christiansen. Albert Friend. Roysian Sria Isa. Minto and Walker. The rest of the top 20. There's Babicek. The green crash helmet. Third kart in line. Now we're back up towards the front. This is Stafford trying to hold off Christoph Killer for 3rd position. This with the greatest respect to Stanley Stafford. Obviously, the Hunter Motorsport team, very, very proficient operation. Venator engines, plenty of karting northeast-based waft. However, Stafford, with his lack of experience at this level, you would have looked at that grid and thought, P4, I can't see Stanley going forward. If he can salvage a top 10, that'll be a result for him. But he's excelling. Yes, he's been helped a little bit by the failures of just a couple of the main contenders, but he is racing very, very well indeed. Sometimes you just need that little edge, that little tiny stroke of luck. You know, people talk about, we get bad luck in karting. Well, sometimes you get good luck in karting. I think for Stanley Stafford, he's had a stroke of good luck in this race. He is taking full advantage of it because there were, how many juniors? 85. So 13 juniors won't even make the superheat. And then only 36 karts will go, and in the superheat, we're going to, the 72 karts that qualify for the superheat, only 36 of them will then make it to the final. If Stanley Stafford makes it to the final and starts high up, this race will be his godsend. Likewise, for many of the other main contenders, Albie Friend, Denny Babicek, their international trophy hopes have been dealt a crushing blow, not a death knell by any stretch of the imagination, but they have now, this race will be a curse. For some it's a blessing, for others it's a curse. All I do know is there's going to be a bunch of mechanics launching spark plugs high across the French vista as the afternoon progresses, because it's the temperature and it's the humidity that has really caused this problem by the looks of it. We're on the final lap. There's Tren van Melk. It's not often that you qualify on the second row, start from pole, win the race, lights the flag, and hardly get mentioned because of everything else that's been going on. But there he is, Tren van Melk with the victory. William Nielsen second. Stanley Stafford takes a great top three result, followed by Christophe Killer, Luan Seidel, Maxence Leblay, Jensen Chalk, Leo Gonzalez, Tom Reed, and Denny Babicek. Mark that result down, ladies and gentlemen. 10th place for Denny Babicek. Could that be the result that is the difference between Denny and the others, like Matrullo, like Friend finishing 15th, Matrullo finishing 18th? You know, Babicek able to get into the top 10 despite starting from the pit lane along with so many other drivers. Of course, I'm saying that it's highly irregular. You never normally have 6 karts in the pit lane with a red flag. So maybe that was why we didn't have the full grid restart. Maybe normally in the regulations, any kart being worked on would start from the pit lane, but normally there'd only be 1, 2 instead of most. But there we go. The message, though, is very simple to the drivers. In these conditions, with this heat, with this humidity, don't dawdle on the rolling lap. Get out and get on with it and keep the speed up as safely as possible. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the recovery vehicle. Hope that Peugeot's got some decent spark plugs in it, because it's got some work to do. We'll take a quick break and be back after these next adverts. Don't go away.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again? Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
Allez, c'est parti pour cette manche de qualification DD2, DD2 Master pour ces 27 pilotes au départ, et c'est Jack Dex qui sera l'homme qualifié en pole position. Le numéro 645, il aura à ses côtés Gabriel Zugela, le numéro 635, l'Argentin, donc qui sera opposé à un Britannique. Ça nous rappelle quelque chose. Alex Fillenbach sera sur la deuxième position avec à ses côtés Nicolas Claes. Moritz Knops sera associé à Maxime Gravouille, Jérôme Schwab à Alexandre Gravouille, Ricardo Romkema associé à Charles Seguin, Antoine Antier avec Vivien Cussac-Picot, Gustavo Mikkelsen avec Christophe Capitaine, Harold Watson avec à ses côtés Romain Mange, Jimmy Chaumier et Jamie Billings partageront la 9e ligne, Steve Vermeulen sera associé à Peter Guttey sur la 10e ligne, Andro Perto et Morten Jensen composent la 11e ligne, Lee Shenhui et Olympios Mavromikilakis sont sur la 12e ligne, Roland Billings et Yushuen Shui sur la 13e et Jan Van Zanok sur la dernière. Et c'est parti avec ce bon départ. Attention quand même, le poleman qui va être mis à mal et sérieusement contesté par Nicolas Claes, le numéro 602 qui est passé à l'extérieur. Non, finalement, il n'a pas pu se hisser au deuxième. Oula, ça zigzague assez généreusement, dirons-nous, de la part de Nicolas. Mais devant, je pense que c'est Jack Dex qui a conservé son leadership, qui va entrer dans le banking avec la position de pointe. Et derrière, tout le monde semble être passé sans encombre. Oui, ça semble être le cas. Tant mieux. On espère ne pas revoir le cas de figure de la course précédente où ça avait été un petit peu chaotique à tous les niveaux. Allez, dans quelques instants, le premier passage sur la ligne de chronométrage avec logiquement Jack Dex qui va la franchir en premier. Voilà qui est fait. Et c'est effectivement Nicolas Claes, le pilote belge, qui est passé en deuxième position avec derrière lui Gabriel Zugela, le pilote argentin.
Well, look at that. A nice brisk rolling lap. Everyone gets in formation. They all start. No issues. Almost as well. That tells you all you need to know about how you take the starts here for the rest of the day. Jack Dex leading the 6.02 of Nicholas Clay, the race winner. Gabi Zugela now on a recovery drive and there goes the Argentine on the banking. 4P2. Dex, though, is up the road. Second, third, fourth and fifth on your screen. Maxime Gravouet and Alexander Gravouet. Maxime makes the move, and here comes Alexander. Not quite. Only room for one Gravouet, Nicholas Clay says. End of lap number 2. Dex half a second up the road. Now, at the back of the field, there has been, Roman Monge, Yi Xianchu, Jimmy Chaumier, and Antoine Antier have all had a bit of a coming together. Chen Hui Li up into 15th position for Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. Ian Vonzenok, the International Trophy Asia DD2 Masters champion, beat reigning Grand Finals champion Martinez Tankevicius in that race at Macau earlier this year. And it is Ian, not Jan. How do I know that? Because I was asked to write the ticket, and I spelt Ian wrong. It's only 3 letters, and yet I managed to mess it up. So Ian Vonzenok is running in 16th position. And now Gabriel Zugela has got Jack Dex in his crosshairs. The Dex is stacked against Jack because Zugela looks over his shoulder and is bringing both Gravouets and Nicholas Clay with him. We got a 5-card battle for the race lead. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Jack Dex on the MS kart, and I'm looking down the order. Are there any other? Well, Jerome Schwab is on an MS kart. Jerome Schwab in the 605 for the S kart racing team. But only 2 MS karts in this class, and one of them leads. The other one is Schwab in 11th, just behind Charles Surgan.
Allez, 5 pilotes se sont légèrement détachés du reste du peloton, c'est-à-dire de Jack Dex jusqu'à Alexandre Gravouille, qui sont pour l'instant toujours regroupés aux avant-postes. Et derrière, eh bien, c'est Alex Fillenbach qui mène la chasse pour tenter de recoller à ce top 5. Pour l'instant, pas d'attaque dans ce top 5 parce que vous pouvez le voir, les pilotes sont à distance équivalente à peu près, hein, chacun les uns des autres. Et pourtant, Zugela, je peux vous le dire, on le voit de visu, il donne le maximum, hein, pour revenir sur le Britannique, pour revenir sur Jack Dex. Mais pour l'instant, ça n'est pas suffisant pour lui permettre à la fois d'être au contact et peut-être ensuite de porter une attaque pour le pilote argentin. Derrière, eh bien, on a Maxime Gravouille qui fait une bonne course, qui a pris le meilleur sur Nicolas Claes, le pilote belge. Et attention, peut-être au bout de la ligne droite du Technopark, pardon. J'allais dire des Hunaudières. Non, on n'est pas vraiment sur le grand circuit des 24 heures. Mais en tout cas, ça nous promet du spectacle. Voilà, Maxime Gravouille, pardon, qui est passé en 3e position. Alexandre, lui, est en 5e position.
I think, and I might be making this up, but I think that the only reason Jack Dex, basically, he's promised his new wife a honeymoon in Portugal. And I think that this is Jack's way of getting that honeymoon in Portugal booked. Let's win a ticket. By the way, have you heard, darling? The weather in Algarve in November is wonderful. Have we tried Portimao? You might know it. Oh, by the way, during the days, do you mind if I go and do a bit of karting? I can imagine the Dex households sort of having that conversation. No, Jack's lovely wife, she works for Envision and does a lot of PR work in the world of motorsport. So, Jack knows exactly what he's doing. That's a motorsport family, that is. And at the moment, Jack Dex said the decks were stacked against him, but he is proving that he is no one-card trick, because he is holding them off onto the banking. 2 minutes to go. Nicholas Clay running in 4th. We've now got a 6-kart train. Alex Fielenbach for the Kraft Motorsport team, who came to my aid yesterday when I needed a lift from the Le Mans train station to the circuit. So thank you to Kraft Motorsport. But there are the top 6 through Virage du Restaurant. Out of turn 2, in towards turn number 3. Now, Curve des Duchamps, that long right-hander at turn 4. This is turn 5. They flick back for turn 6 there. Now, turn 7. Straighten the kart up already. The next kink is turn 8. Now onto the banking. Off the banking. Through turns 10 and 11. Onto the Technopark straight. Flat chat over 120 kilometres an hour. And hard on the brakes for Virage du Technopark. Now Pitts Bend, or the Pitts Chicane, and out through the Virage du Grandstand. Another lap in the books. Next time by, they will see the last lap board. And I think Zugela, after a poor opening race in which he got involved in a couple of incidents, he'll be happy with second. Jack Dex likewise will know that Zugella was down the order, so won't be too, officious in his defence, should Zugella get close to him. And Maxime Gravouet says, I don't care about either of you, I'm just going to try and win this race however I can. Out of the kink. Here we go. In the wheel tracks, Maxime Gravouet on Zugella. Does not work. Through the S's. Last lap board is out. Jack Dex looks safe at front, but it's Zugella under pressure from Gravouet. Maxime Gravouet in the 6:03 through turn number 1. There's turn 2. Now, he's not close enough to make a lunge under braking for turn number 3. If he's going to have to think about it, he's got 2 opportunities. 1 into the banking, 2 into Virage de Technopark. Here comes the first of these opportunities. Through the turn 6-7 kink, now out towards the banking. No, he is not close enough. In fact, Zugella gets a great run. That Birrell ART kart for Gabby Zugella is excellent through the very technical middle section. And it means that he is not under pressure from Maxime Gravouet coming into Virage to Technopark. The top 3 will remain as is. Jack Dex on the MS kart takes the victory from Zugella, Maxime Gravouet and the rest.
Voilà, victoire sans contestation pour Jack Dex qui s'impose devant Gabriel Zugella et Maxime Gravouille qui sont restés au contact du leader mais qui n'ont jamais pu vraiment se porter à sa hauteur pour tenter une attaque. Et de fait, Jack Dex, le pilote britannique, s'impose dans cette manche de qualification DD2 Master devant Zugella et Maxime Gravouille. Donc Nicolas Claes est en 4e position et Alexandre Gravouille termine 5e. La famille Gravouille bien représentée dans ce top 5. Fillenbach est 6e, Seguin 7e, Knoppes 8e, Vivien Cussac-Picot est 9e et Romkema est en 10e position. Voilà donc pour cette manche qualificative DD2 Master.
There is a look at Rotax's Ultimate Class, DD2. Down on the grid, mechanics are leaving the scene. Can Stan Pex make it another win? We will have to wait and see. Just to give you an idea of what is coming up on the slate for the rest of the afternoon, we have got 2 DD2 races and then another, how many, count them, 4 senior races. 6 races to go today, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first of them. No sooner as the one race finished, the next race is underway. Stan Pex and Patrick Donita on row number 1. Antoine Barbarou and Noah Hip on row number 2. Jakub Bazel and David Masiakevich on row 3. Enzo Boll and Wout Kirstjens row 4. Matthias Nejem Marco Perina on row 5. Dokuki Marcin and Matthew Ferrer on row number 6, followed by Killian Ferrer and Tom Vuo. William Christiansen and William Norbeck are next. Imki Arts and Louis Terotan. Louis Goff and Donat Nemet Volgi. William Antrobus and Marc Quiles Virdu, followed by Gabin Desert, Maximilian Adolf, Tristan Rennie, Matisse Favris, Pablo Gutierrez, David Mitchell, Axel Roos, Alwyn Linden, Corentin Frankie, Ori Nave, and Hugo Klabots. 33 drivers. This is quite slow to the point where, well, of course, these are the 2-speed karts, so the drivers are doing everything they can to make sure they don't oil up. You can see them popping and bang as they flick the kart into neutral, flick it back into gear. See a little puff of smoke just to clear the engine. And all 33 seem to be okay as they come out of the S's into the tram lines, and we're going to get underway.
Et c'est parti avec ce départ et le bon départ autoritaire, dirons-nous même.
Oh
Hop, ça s'est touché derrière. Ouh là là, c'est allé au large là, mais pour Stan Pex, en tout cas, c'est très très bien parti et de façon autoritaire. Hein. Il avait fermé la porte à l'attaque qui était derrière lui. Oula. Oh, il y a du dégât là, il y a du dégât pour qui c'est là?
C'est the 515 kart, or is that the 565 kart?
Donica?
It's is that Patrick Donica? No, that's not Donica.
515, you said?
Is that the 515 kart? I'm looking at the Masters grid. 515 is Patrick Donica. That could have been our second place starter. Let's have a look. It certainly was the right team. Patrick Donica, it was. Because he hasn't come out, he's still there. So Donica, and it was the Kraft Motorsport kart that vaulted up. That was Jakob Butzel. So two of Europe's leading DD2 drivers in the European Trophy running in and running over each other. There's another retirement. The 516, that's Corentin Frankie, who was starting at the opposite end of the grid. And here's the battle for the race lead. This is Pex versus Barbarou versus Lebanon's Matthias Najem.
Allez, ça chauffe entre les trois hommes de tête là, avec Stan Pex qui ne veut rien laisser à Antoine Barbarou. Antoine Barbarou qui a tenté de s'immiscer à l'intérieur, mais qui s'est vu refermer la porte de façon, encore une fois, très très autoritaire. Et de fait, eh bien, Barbarou se fait surprendre par Mathias Enjaim au freinage du virage du Technopark. Antoine Barbarou désormais en 3e position. Et attention à Dokuchik Marcin qui revient très fort, le numéro 529, le carte voilà, jaune ici. Le pilote polonais qui revient au contact, et Antoine Barbarou qui rend la monnaie de sa pièce à Enjaim et qui reprend la 2e position. Et attention, parce que pendant ce temps-là, eh bien Stan Pex, lui, ne demande pas son reste et est en train de creuser l'écart sur le reste du peloton.
Well, Dokuchi Marcin is in the number 529 kart. He's that yellow and white KRK liveried machine. He is, oh no, who is that out of the race? That is an RM Concept kart. That's not Antoine Barbarou, but it is Barbarou's teammate. It could be one of the Ferrers, Matthew or Killian Ferrer. Killian is still running in 8th. I think Matthew Ferrer is... there's been an awful lot. Tom Vuo in the 521. He has dropped back to the very rear of the field, and I looked down to see who that was. It was Louis Terotan in the number 553 kart. That was the RM Concept machine that is now out of the race. This is a good battle too. 4-6 for the race lead. 5.5 minutes to go. Najem, now red and black Matthias Nagem Motorsports kart. So Jack Dex is no longer the only team owner stroke driver here, because Matthias Nagem also runs his own very successful team out in the UAE. Barbarou looking very strong.
Et nouveau passage du leader, Stan Pex, qui reste aux commandes derrière. Antoine Barbarou mène la chasse avec toujours dans son sillage Mathias Engheim. Et attention à Dokuchit Marcin, qui est pas très loin et toujours pressant. Et vous l'avez vu, deux pilotes ont réussi quasiment à faire la jonction. Il s'agit de Marco Perina et du Norvégien Christensen. On va voir ce que ça va donner dans la suite des événements, sachant qu'on est au cap de la mi-course en ce qui concerne le temps réglementaire, et Antoine Barbarou se fait de plus en plus pressant sur Stan Pex. Mais pour l'instant, le Français n'arrive pas à trouver l'ouverture sur le Néerlandais, peut-être au bout de la ligne droite des stands. Non, le Néerlandais qui s'est retourné, qui a fermé la porte. Là, il faudra passer en force si d'aventure Antoine Barbarou souhaite s'immiscer à l'intérieur dans le premier virage, parce que sinon, Pex, il l'a bien compris. Il est milieu de piste dès que ça commence à tourner, dès qu'on a passé le portique de la signalétique du circuit. Mais pour l'instant, ça ne passe pas. Barbarou, il a encore un peu de temps. Il a un petit peu de marge sur Mathias Engheim. Et attention derrière, parce que quand ça va revenir, là aussi, ça va s'expliquer.
Now with Jakub Azel still down in 17th, David Mastiakiewicz still down in 18th position, and Patrick Donita out of the race. Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for these four drivers on your screen there. Oh, and the fifth driver, who was that, running very wide? They're still running wide. It's the orange, let's have a little look. It's not a Sony car, it's the number 527 of Marco Perina, who was dropped back from 5th to 9th in the first half of this lap. Pex, this is a masterclass in just driving defensively, not blocking all the time or even at all. Defending when needed, but otherwise holding the line and making it very difficult for Barbarou to get the momentum he needs to launch an all-out assault. And of course, while Matthias Nagem is still sat, right there, you can see how quickly, right on the rear bumper of Barbarou. Barbarou cannot focus entirely on Stan Pex. The only driver really that can go into all-out attack mode is Dokuchi Marcin in fourth position, because he's got no one behind him. There's a big gap back to the second SP Motorsport kart of Enzo Ball, and behind Enzo Ball you've got Lewis Goff, William Christensen, Marco Perina, Imke Arts, and William Antrobus.
Et on a vu derrière Stan Pex que Antoine Barbarou avait fait signe à Mathias Engheim pour passer. Il lui a ouvert la porte et il s'est mis juste derrière le pilote libanais pour pouvoir peut-être profiter de sa vitesse pour revenir sur le leader. Mais Antoine Barbarou a été très clairvoyant là-dessus, en pensant que peut-être son opposant était plus rapide et que c'est lui qui arriverait à faire la jonction avec le leader. Il va le laisser essayer, mais à 1 minute 25 du terme maintenant du temps réglementaire et du tour additionnel, Antoine Barbarou va pas forcément faire plus de cadeaux que cela, et s'il peut reprendre sa deuxième position, je pense qu'il le fera, en espérant pourquoi pas un peu mieux.
Just over 1 minute remaining. Pex now leads from Nagem, who has passed Barbarou. Can Matthias Nagem do anything about Stan Pex? Onto the Technopark straight we go. Less than a minute of this race remaining. The lead group has sort of separated themselves from each other. Enzo Ball in 5th position is now closing in a little bit. Gap back to 6th. And then the first real battle. So this is 7th place. Lewis Goff leading a whole train of karts. Imke Arts up to 8th. Antrobus Ferrer, Perina, Wout Kirstjans, Hip, Rennie, and Bazell and Masljakevich, 15th and 16th. So, 16 seconds to go. Next time by Eric, we'll see the last lap board. Stan Pex now has a new challenger in the form of Matthias Nagem.
Allez, les pilotes et attaque de Engame là au bout de la ligne droite du Technopark, et c'est passé. Coup de maître là pour Mathias Engame qui est à peine dans le sillage de Stan Pex, est revenu. Et regardez Antoine Barbarou qui se fait un petit peu houspiller par Stan Pex, mais ça ne passera pas. Le Français qui reste à l'intérieur et qui repousse la contre-attaque du Néerlandais, et nous sommes dans le dernier tour. Et là, Antoine Barbarou qui va user de tous les subterfuges pour fermer les portes et empêcher Stan Pex de passer.
You know, the Dutch have got a reputation of being very happy. Well, Stan Pex is not one of those happy people at the moment. He is not happy with Antoine Barbarou. Matthias Nagem put a hard move in on Pex going into the Virage du Technopark. We're on the final lap now. Barbarou and Pex have been they're just deciding whether they should write each other a Christmas card or not. And at the end of this race, they thought to themselves, nah, maybe I'll save my ink for somebody else, as the checkered flag waves. And Matthias Nagem is your qualifying Group A versus Group D race winner in DD2. And he's quite pleased with that. Barbarou, Pex, Marcin, Boll, Christiansen, Goff, Arts, Kirstjans, and Hip, your top 10.
Kind of both.
Yes.
Alrighty. We're just waiting a little bit here. Okay. Got those down. Down on the grid? Yes, it's working. Giorgio, we caught up last year. I'm just watching this man giving me the signal. Nice to have you back here. Team boss from Infinity. You won the last race. It was a good one.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really looking forward for the weekend. We started quite good, so let's push.
One race a year and this is it. Nice to have you here. Thank you. One of our Porsche drivers. Porsche Carrera Cup Italy. And Giorgio turns up once a year for this race and he ran away with it in the first heat. So wish him luck.
So, the last DD2 heat race of the day. About to go out. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. Sem Kanyopes, the reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion. On pole position, Alessandro Padini Amati. On the outside of row number 1, Emils Akmans and Giorgio Amati on row number 2. Edgars Vilkans, Will Ellswood, row 3. Leonardo Baccaglini, after a DNF in race number 1, he needs this to go well. Alongside Mark Kimber on row number 4, you'll find Baccaglini. Then it's Nico Handke, Hugo Dupont, Len Nice, Leon Mandel, Alvaro Jimenez, Steven Savant, Archer Videra, Sabo, Neumann, Marquez, Carmona, Hashisho, Lemoine, Siegel, Claribo, McGivelray, Kukac, Guillaume, Kiliansky, Ulrichs, Desert, Messalier, Ladino, Mohamed Benamor, Al-Sad and Gelay.
Et c'est parti avec un excellent départ du poleman. Derrière lui, ça passe, mais censé immiscer à l'intérieur. Et je pense que Emils Armens est passé en deuxième position. Non, ça y est, il s'est fait contrer. Il a rendu la position, il a levé la main et il a rendu la position. Donc on va retrouver le poleman aux avant-postes. Ça, c'est une certitude. Avec derrière, me semble-t-il, le 548, à savoir Giorgio Amati. Le numéro 548, me semble-t-il.
Well, we'll go around one more time.
Ah oui, pardon. J'étais parti.
What's that?
Okay, sorry. I was like it was a flying lap.
Ah, no, sorry. There was the
Voilà.
back of the pack decided they weren't going to behave themselves.
Voilà, je comprends mieux.
And I'm looking down now. There's a couple of Praga carts. Very smart liveried machines in the middle of the pack. Here we go. So, well, Sem Kanyopes is hoping for a better first corner than his teammate Patrick Donitsa had in the previous race. There's that number 567. Yes, the Blue Racing Anthony Kukac cart. Second time of asking. Into tram lines now. The race is underway. Kanyopes checking left and right to make sure that the path to turn 1 is clear, and it is. We got caught. There they go. And there's a craft cart involved. Somebody, and there's more people stacking up. What is going on? There's the 531 Bo Ulrichs for the Yandams Racing team.
Holiday on grass.
Yes. And I'm trying to find out who some of the other drivers. Alex Siegel, Mac McGivelray. Mac McGilvray also involved. He, I think, was a craft cart that was heading off track in a hurry. He has not yet. Him and Bo Ulrichs have now just completed the second sector as we complete lap number 1.
Allez, Knopes devant Akmens, Amati, Kimber, Edgars, Ellswood et Enki qui sont pour l'instant aux avant-postes en 7e position après un premier tour un petit peu chaotique, notamment au milieu du peloton. Et devant, eh bien, pas de problème pour le poleman, Sem Knorpes qui a maîtrisé son sujet et repoussé les attaques qui venaient sur l'extérieur. Mais là, c'est bien parti pour le néerlandais qui semble installé confortablement en position de leader. Va-t-il réaliser un cavalier seul? En tout cas, son avance est déjà quand même conséquente, notamment sur le deuxième, mais surtout le duo de tête qui a une belle avance sur Amati.
Through the S's on to the start-finish straight once again. There is Sem Knyopers. leading quite comfortably at the moment from Emils Akmans. Emils Akmans there for the MKC Motorsport team. Warning flag goes out for Theo Lemoine. Maxime Jallet, he did not do race 1 this morning and has having to start from the back. He has shot up the order, gaining, well, I'm just trying to see, 18 places. Well, there we go. Maxime Jallet, Hamza Hashisho and Mohamed Ben Amour, 16th, 17th and 18th. Let's see if they can stay in that position, in those positions. The leaders. Well, Sem Knyoppers. I said leaders, and no, we're still leaders because Emils Akmans is only about 10 kart lengths behind. So there's the number 519 kart going through turn number 1, Will Ellswood. And Will looking to the inside of that yellow and black machine. That's Giorgio Amati. He has got the Sony kart of Edgars Vilkans, and then Leonardo Baccaglini, who is his chances of international trophy success are already hanging by a thread. He cannot afford another mistake, can Baccaglini, in the Sheepers Racing kart. And there's Ellswood in a hurry to get to the front. Ellswood picks up a place. And Will and his dad, Stefan. Will's doing a lot of driver coaching, earning a bit of money in the sport of karting as a driver coach. But they've always had this on their calendar. They don't do much racing anymore, do the Ellswoods. They're still in the sport, but it's this event is something that Will and his dad Stefan always try and make time for to do. And Will Ellswood is 4th at the moment, just behind Mark Kimber. We've got dear. That is hip, shoulder, and probably a couple of other body parts as well there by Edgars Vilkans. And Giorgio Amati, how rude, he's saying.
Edgars devant Baccaglini et Amati qui recule de 2 positions en 7e position, alors que devant il n'y a pas de souci pour le leader qui est détaché maintenant, qui est hors de portée pour l'instant d'Emis Akmans, et Mark Kimber en 3e position, là aussi relativement détaché par rapport au groupe de poursuivants emmené par son compatriote Ellswood qui va essayer de revenir, mais on est au cap un petit peu plus du deuxième tiers de course écoulé. Mais ça va être compliqué pour faire la jonction, parce que les écarts sont déjà marqués, c'est le moins qu'on puisse dire, avec les différents groupes. Alors effectivement, dans chaque groupe, ça bataille, et ce qui fait que on a du mal à revenir à l'image du groupe là qui passe devant nous: Ellswood, Edgars, Baccaglini et Giorgio Amati.
Noah Neumann has received the technical flag in the number 549 kart. Neumann driving for the 3G Racing team out of the race. Meanwhile, Maxime Jallet's ascension up the ranks sees him into 13th position from 34th on the grid. Hamza Hashisho, somewhere in Qatar, a white towel by the name of Jeffrey is being wheeled around the head of Hamza Hashisho's dad, Hassan, just waving it in celebration, because that young man, Qatar's leading kart racer, is 16th at the moment, ahead of last year's winner, Len Nice. Hugo Dupont, who also has his ticket to the grand finals already, is 18th. So Hamza Hashisho is putting, and don't forget, this Hamza's first kart race, very first kart race in a DD2, November 2024. That is That is how new Hamza is to this sport. And you think, well, I mean, it's the middle of 2026. You know, there's a lot of micro drivers who only started karting in November 2024. Yes, they're driving at a single speed, 50 mile an hour go-kart. Hamza Hashisho, a 2-speed, 80, 90 miles an hour go-kart. There is a difference. And there goes the number 569, Edgar's Vilkans, with Will Ellswood. This is now the battle for 4th and 5th place. Knoppers, Ackmans and Kimber are clear. In fact, Mark Kimber, and I've got to say, why have I not mentioned Mark Kimber's name that much? Because every time I see the name Kimber, I automatically look for a green and white Strawberry Racing Tony kart, race suit and kart. But of course, Strawberry Racing don't run the DD2 class. Jan Darms Racing do, which is why Kimber is in a full Jan Darms race suit and is now in full possession of 2nd position, because that was a mistake from Emil Zachmans and it's cost him. And if it's one thing you learn, Eric, is that you do not ever give the fastest driver to ever come out of the town of Solihull a chance. Don't even give him half a glance at a position. He will take it.
Allez, nous rentrons dans l'avant-dernier tour, puisque les pilotes, lorsqu'ils repasseront sur la ligne de chronométrage, rentreront évidemment dans le dernier tour, puisque le temps sera écoulé. Et Mark Kimber a pris le meilleur sur Emil Ackmans lors de ce dernier passage sur la ligne de chronométrage. Évidemment, maintenant, ça me paraît compliqué de revenir sur Sam Knoppes, qui effectue un véritable cavalier seul depuis le début de cette course. Et derrière, Mac Kimber, tout de suite, après avoir profité de la petite largesse de Ackmans, est en train de creuser l'écart. Il lui manquera peut-être un peu de temps, Mark Kimber, pour revenir sur le leader. C'est dommage, mais en tout cas, on a assisté à une très belle course maîtrisée par le leader et le futur vainqueur. Enfin, on l'espère. On ne va pas non plus se précipiter, mais en principe, ça devrait se finir comme ça. Et Ackmans va terminer 3e parce que derrière, Edgar Ilswood, Amati, Servant, Enke sont beaucoup trop loin pour venir chambouler cette hiérarchie. Le dernier secteur dans quelques instants pour Knoppes, qui va rentrer dans le dernier virage et aller couper la ligne de chronométrage.
Checkered flag comes out. Across the line, Sam Knoppers has taken the checkered flag and the victory ahead of Mark Kimber, Emils Ackmans, Edgar Vilkans. So Edgar Vilkans and Emils Ackmans, another 2 top 5 finishes for Latvia in DD2. Will Ellswood comes home in 5th at a Giorgio Amati. Steven Savant, check for his rear bumper, because twice this year in major events, Steven Savant has had his chances dashed by a rear bumper falling off. Nico Handke, Maxime Gellet, 34th to 9th. Vicente Marquez, Leonardo Baccaglini, Leon Mandel, Hugo Dupont, Alessandro Pedini Amati, Bendiguez Sabo, Alvaro Jimenez, and the top 20 rounded out by Daniel Carmona, Len Nice, Hamza Hashisho, and Alex Siegel. The drivers head back to the pit lane. And that concludes DD2 racing for today. 4 races to go. The first of those 4 will be Senior Group A and Group F, and that is due to start in 3 minutes' time. Here's a look down at the entrance to the weigh scales on the far left of your screens. The drivers putting their carts onto the rails to take them in to the weigh bridge area. Everyone else waiting patiently, playing nicely. Even a little bit of conversation. Nay, I say friendly conversation between some of them.
Et c'est parti pour cette qualification de manche pilote A contre pilote F. On va retrouver les deux manches qualificatives seniors, les trois manches qualificatives seniors, les trois dernières de cet après-midi. Et dans cette première manche qui oppose donc les pilotes du groupe A au groupe F, eh bien on va retrouver Tom Langlois aux avant-postes en pole position avec à ses côtés le pilote espagnol Ruben Moya. Derrière lui, on aura Mackenley Bishop, Léon Asti, Dragos Avasilikute, Raphaël Moreau, Ruben Morel, Austin Lee, Georges Nassar, Tino Sidler, Théo Guillotto, Andrea Remy, Blake Soutan, Ryan Gandour, Matteo Kubrick, Mathias Kellierup, Alexandre Parodi, Michael Soltis, Daniel Siareissa, Oliver White, William Pimble, Arthur Gilbert, Miles Robbie, Lucas Konopka, James Testian, Florent Triola, Jean-Arthur Foubert, Daniel Stonianenko, Elliot Surtis, Aaron Garcia Lopez, Tiomeo Merafina, Attila Calapax, Henri Morino, Yanis Martin et Ruben Verenayen. Voilà donc pour cette composition de grille. Et dans quelques instants, le départ, je vous rappelle, 9 minutes bien évidemment, plus un tour. C'est parti, mais ça n'est pas validé. On va donc relancer cette procédure de départ.
Now, I have been getting a little bit overexcited because as we had 4 senior Rotax qualifying groups yesterday, I incorrectly said that we had 4 races left today. It's not. We've got 3 races to go today. This is the first of them. When they get started, look for Ruben Moya on the outside of row number 1. Spanish driver making a big name for himself in America. Used to drive for the Pantano team out in the United States. Ruben Moya moving to Rotax now, and starting alongside Tom Langlois on row number 1. Macaulay Bishop, Leon Hasty, Dragos Avasarkute, Raphael Moreau, Ruben Morel, Austin Lee, George Nassar, the UAE champion and former MENA Nations Cup Junior Rotax champion. And what can George Nassar do? He is in the 333 karts. He usually drives for Mateus Najem Motorsports out in the UAE. Well, his team boss has just shown everyone, look, this is why you come and drive for me, because I know what I'm talking about when it comes to driving. Because Mateus Najem has just taken a win in DD2. Here we go in seniors. We are underway, and Ruben Moya around the outside. Oh, he gets collected. That's a big one. That's a big one. Kart sideways across. That is a, well, Craft Motorsport build a very tough wagon, because that was a big, big hit for number, is that the 393? It is Andrea Remy. And Andrea is not, he's pulled off the side. Okay, I'm looking at him. He's getting out of his kart now. He was motionless in his kart, probably swearing to himself in one of the number of different languages that Andrea can speak. But he is now walking away absolutely fine, because that kart took one heck of a pounding right in the side. The driver, who literally was minding his own business when Remy's kart presented itself broadside about 3 centimetres in front of him at full chat, that driver has pulled off a little bit further round the lap, and sadly that was Mateus Kellerup in the number 338 kart, who was starting Well, I'm just having a little look. Kellerup he was starting 2 rows behind Remy. So somebody turned Remy sideways directly into the path of Kellerup. We've also not got Timeo Merafina, who has not taken the start, and Matteo Kubrick in kart 308 is, I think, on his way in to retire. Meanwhile, back at the front, we've got a Scotsman leading this race. Leon Hasty has the advantage for the Craft Motorsport team. And I've got to say, Leon, he's grown a bit. And my goodness me, in the UK, Lewis Gilbert and his family, they run the British offshoot of Craft Motorsports. This year it's called Potenza Racing Engines, because that was the engine building firm that the Gilbert family used. And I've got to say, looking at Leon Hasty in that kart, he has got the exact same driving stance as Lewis Gilbert. He's not quite as tall as Lewis, and you know, Wee Jimmy is his nickname. Wee Jimmy's boy has got some meat on his bones, shall we say, but he is driving. Look at the stance, that slight movement, opposite end to opposite end of the body. That is, well, Macaulay Bishop does it, and you know, Mark Kimber's got his own unique driving style, but that is a Lewis Gilbert driving style. Lewis has been working very hard, I'm sure, with Leon Hasty. The only time I've seen Lewis show, and a spin, that's Bishop! That is Macaulay Bishop! In the 368, your reigning Rotax Grand Final champion, spinning. And I didn't see what precipitated that. The fact that Bishop was sort of, makes me think, is that a problem? Yes, Bishop is retiring the kart. Bishop out of the race. And in a field of 120 drivers, you cannot afford one single mistake. Bishop is now, his chances of international trophy glory hang by a thread.
Allez, c'est toujours la bagarre en tête entre Leon Hasty et Raphaël Moreau. Raphaël Moreau qui est passé à l'attaque il y a quelques instants sur le gain de la deuxième position. Et ensuite, quand il a fait cette attaque, ça a un petit peu bougé derrière parce qu'il y a un pilote qui a voulu prendre la brèche qu'il avait créée. Et derrière, ça a créé une collision avec Macaulay Bishop. Bishop qui a donc été contraint à l'abandon après cette sortie de piste. Et vous le voyez, maintenant on s'est regroupé en tête de la course. Et du côté du français, du côté de Raphaël Moreau, on essaye coûte que coûte de trouver l'ouverture sur Leon Hasty. Et derrière Moreau, on retrouve Austin Lee et Tom Langlois également, un autre pilote tricolore en 4e position. Et Tino Sidler qui complète ce top 5, alors qu'en 6e position, c'est le pilote canadien qui ferme la marche. Ryan Gandour donc, qui ferme la marche de ce groupe de tête, avec toujours Raphaël Moreau très insistant sur le leader, très insistant sur Leon Hasty, mais pour l'instant il ne trouve pas l'ouverture, le français. Et attention derrière, parce que le ton monte également entre Austin Lee et Tom Langlois.
Yeah, Tom Langlois thought about making a move on Austin Lee there, then backed out, and it cost them both a little bit of time. But they will regain that time because Langlois is putting, Raphael Moreau in second is putting Hasty under an awful lot of pressure. Langlois in fourth, Rayan Gander, Tino Sidler, Dragos Avisilkute, Ruben Moyers down to 8th, George Nassar still runs in 9th position, Michael Soltis runs in 10th. Now, Aaron Garcia Lopez, last year's, I want to say, IAMI X30 Euro Series champion, he is up 20 places to 11th, followed by Arthur Gilbert. Blake Southern on his 16th birthday is next. Then it's William Pemble, Alexandra Parodi, Ruben Verheyen, John Arthur Foubert, and Deo Giloteo. Oliver White and Lucas Konopka round out your top 20. Ruben Morel, Henri Morinho, Attila Kalapax, James Tester, Florent Triola, Yanis Martin, Daniel Sria Aisa, Miles Roby, and Daniel Stoyanenko are next. Elliot Surtees is the last driver running in 30th. We've lost Bishop, Kubrick, Remy, Kjalarup, and Merafina did not take the start.
Et ça se resserre en tête de la course parce que le quatuor de tête est bientôt rejoint par Gandour, Sidler et Avasiliquete qui vont venir se mêler à la lutte en tête. Il reste 1 minute 30 dans le temps réglementaire, plus le tour additionnel bien évidemment. Attention à Tom Langlois qui est vraiment très très pressant également, 4e position sur Austin Lee. Austin Lee pour l'instant qui résiste, mais pour combien de temps encore? Derrière, Leon Asti a dû céder finalement à Raphaël Moreau. Raphaël Moreau qui est donc maintenant le leader et qui va devoir, c'est la chose la plus dure bien évidemment, conserver ce leadership. Ça va pas être simple dans les 2-3 derniers tours qu'il va rester. Ça va être de la grosse bagarre et de la grosse intensité. Et de nouveau, le quatuor qui se détache par rapport à ses poursuivants. Alors, est-ce que Raphaël Moreau va aller au bout de son effort? Est-ce que Tom Langlois va pouvoir aller chercher une place éventuelle sur le podium virtuel de cette manche qualificative? Attention, il reste 2 tours maintenant, 2 tours et attaque pour la 2e position de Austin Lee. La meilleure défense, on le dit, c'est l'attaque. Et bien Austin Lee vient de prendre le meilleur sur Leon Asti, désormais 3e et sous la menace de Tom Langlois.
If there was a brief laugh there, that was when water bottles fight back in the commentary box. I will let you fill in the rest of the blanks, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I can't even open a bottle of water without throwing most of it over myself, my notes, and my colleague up here in the commentary box. It's a win-win situation for all. Last lap board is about to go out. Langlois is under a heck of a lot of pressure because Moreau is through into the lead. Up into second is Austin Lee. This is the battle for third.
Allez, Tom Langlois qui est passé, mais là maintenant il va falloir défendre pendant un tour puisque nous sommes dans le dernier tour. Et derrière, Leon Asti, je peux vous dire qu'il est très très chaud, on le voit, il essaye par tous les moyens. Tom Langlois qui ferme toutes les portes évidemment et à double tour pour ne pas se faire surprendre. Mais attention parce que Leon Asti, il a vu aussi que Gandour derrière lui était une menace. Alors entre attaquer et peut-être aller chercher une 3e place et défendre sa 4e position, eh bien il a choisi Leon Asti, le Britannique, qui reste sur la défensive et qui va céder dans le dernier secteur, et Gandour qui va passer. Victoire de Raphaël Moreau devant Austin Lee. Tom Langlois est 3e et Raphaël Gandour en 4e position. Ryan Gandour, pardon.
And Tino Sidler spins within sight of the flag. You saw it coming out of the pits S's. Sidler, he drops on the last lap, on the last corner. He drops 20 places from 6th to 26th as you look at your winner, Raphael Moreau. And, well, good results for Moreau in the number 326 kart, the SF Automatech kart. And Lee, Langlois, Gandor, Hasty, Moya, Garcia Lopez. Aaron Garcia Lopez, 23 positions gained. He started on row number 15 and finishes behind his teammate Ruben Moya, who started on the front row of the grid. Then it is Avas Lakute, Nassar and Blake Southern, your top 10. And, well, 2 races to go now, and it doesn't appear as though the rain that was forecast is heading, well, it might be heading this way, but it's not heading this way within the next 25 minutes or so. So we should get the rest of the racing in without any rain issues. Why, do you ask, have they sprayed the entry to Parc Fermé with water? Well, that's quite simple. When the carts come in, they don't stick to the tarmac, which is, yeah, you know, it makes it harder to push the carts then if their tyres have suddenly very, very hot Mojo tyres against very, very, very hot tarmac. They almost, you know, like super glued together. So we do have 2 races to go. Here's your highlights. The penultimate race of the day sits on the dummy grid and waits. There are going to be 34 drivers going for 9 minutes plus a lap, led by Arnaud Saboyin and Gold Chain Charlie Wolfit. There he is, number 395, Gold Chain Charlie. Ethan Thorne, Loris Berdinel, Tobias Norman, Hugo Martinello, Maxence Bouillon, Max Sidursky, Sebastian Koch, Matteo Rivals, Mika Bartolome, Rian Darmadasa, Mehdi Lasue, Hugo Lacroix, Lloyd Hare, Thiago Cardoso, Victor Matej, then Rayan Bourguignon, Vic van Kampenhout, Pablo Estevez, Esteban Pichard Totelier, Roman Saye, Charlie Neve, Oxens Dourier, Ryan Cairus, Keith Burke, Titouan Hoche, Isaac Jameson, Paul Madio, Adrian Canal, Maximilian Lupa, Baptiste Frekelin, Badis Aissa, and at the back of the grid, Seen Page Orenball. The young lady from Denmark who came charging up through the order. She didn't get a lap in qualifying, which is why she is down in 34th place on the grid. She does not plan on staying in 34th place for long. Now we'll slow them down. Let's hope there's no repeat of the plug fouling issues that we saw in one of the earlier junior races.
Allez, le peloton qui est en train de se reformer au bout de la ligne droite du Technopark pour cette avant-dernière course de la journée. Un peloton emmené par Arnaud Sabourin, le pilote canadien, qui remet tout le monde dans le bon ordre et surtout dans le bon rythme pour, eh bien, évidemment, valider ce départ en espérant qu'on n'ait pas de problème, comme le disait Henry, de problème de bougie sur ce tour au ralenti. Pour l'instant, ça semble être le cas. Vous voyez, tous les pilotes qui préservent leur moteur. Et allez, ça y est, c'est parti. On accélère. Et c'est validé par la direction de course avec Sabourin qui va rentrer en tête. Et derrière, ça bouge. Et ça bouscule un petit peu.
Oh, a spin in the middle of the pack. I'm looking up. Well, Charlie Wolfit, was that your best start? Absolutely not. Did you have to keep your wits about you going into and through turn one in the middle of a three-wide situation without making a single piece of contact? Well done, Charlie Wolfit. Speaking of single pieces of contact, have to say that was a smart move by Peru's Ethan Thorne there, because he did drive it in very, very deep onto the banking, and he let Arnaud Sabourin go. There is a kart retiring. It's the number... the Maxence Dourier has already retired. I think that was that. Let's have a look. It was Esteban Pichard Totelier, the number 394 driver we saw retiring, running for the kart management team. But Charlie Wolfit having to escape there. This is a step up for Charlie into seniors at the biggest level, and he's just a little bit too cautious going into turn number one, wanting to have that DNF in heat number one, so therefore he's being doubly cautious to making sure that he's not involved in another accident, and by being cautious, sometimes you almost make yourself a little bit closer to an accident. But there's a move, and that is Arnaud Sabourin getting shoveled well wide repeatedly. That was not Arnaud Sabourin is now on the outside. He's got hung out to dry. Keep hanging it tough on a three-wide situation. And right in front of Sabourin. You can't. Sebastian Koch almost getting his nose cone ripped off. Sabourin. And there's a wheel gone. And there's carts piling in behind. What has gone on there? In fact, I know there's not a wheel, but there's something, sizable that has come off a cart. And we've got 2 retirements so far. I think we're on course for a couple more as we look at an actual overtake taking place. That's the 307 kart, Rian Darmadasa, on the MS machine, the Sri Lankan driver, who is now ahead of pole sitter Arno Saborin.
Allez, Ethan Thorne qui est toujours aux commandes, mais derrière on l'a vu, hein, ça bagarre à tous les étages et notamment pour Arnaud Sabourin qui a perdu énormément de place là dans ce dernier tour. Il s'est fait bousculer de part et d'autre et il a rétrogradé dans la hiérarchie. Il est très loin maintenant. Il doit être aux alentours de la 8e place, j'allais dire aux alentours de la 10e place. Il est 8e sur la ligne de chronométrage. Et on a vu également Mehdi Laswed partir en tête à queue dans l'herbe. Mehdi Laswed qui lui aussi a perdu beaucoup dans ce dernier passage. Allez, on va retrouver les hommes de tête avec Ethan Thorne qui est en train de s'échapper. Max Sadurski est en deuxième position. Voilà les deux hommes qui passent légèrement détachés par rapport au peloton. Et c'est Woolfit, Charles Woolfit qui emmène les poursuivants. Et ça continue de se frotter un petit peu à l'arrière-plan.
Behind Gold Chain Charlie, you're looking at the 401 cart of Tobias Norman and the 310 of Ugo Martinello battling away. And behind Martinello, coming into the picture, is Mika Bartolome. Then it's Rian Darmadasa, Tituan Oshe and Arno Saborin down to 9th position. Now, amongst all the other issues, we've got another list of retirements, all French. Maxime Bouillon, Adrien Canal and Romain Saye have all conspired to eliminate themselves from contention. We're down to 29 runners. Badis Aissa, Thiago Cardoso, Sean Pies Orenball, Isaac Jameson, Mehdi Lesue, Paul Madio, Matteo Rivals has fallen down the order. That's not good for Rivals. Vic van Kampenhout also not making the progress we would expect him to make. Maximilian Lupa up 11 places from 31st to 20th. They're now running, those are the drivers running towards the rear of the field. Here is a look at the 310, who is running at the front of the field, Hugo Martinello, although Mika Bartolome. No, the 301 of Max Sidursky you're looking at there, the SP Motorsport kart. Max Sidursky and Ethan Thorne having their own private battle. And here comes Gold Chain Charlie in third place, bringing Tobias Norman with him.
Allez, 3 minutes encore à parcourir dans le temps réglementaire et c'est toujours Max Sadurski qui mène les débats après avoir pris le meilleur sur Ethan Thorne. On va voir ce que ça va donner dans ces derniers tours, car derrière, eh bien, il y a un certain Charlie Woolfit qui semble très très chaud, très déterminé et surtout très rapide, bien évidemment. Il emmène avec lui Tobias Norman, mais en tout cas, Woolfit semble capable de faire la jonction avec le duo de tête. D'autant plus que derrière, Norman a bien compris qu'il fallait le laisser certainement... non, voilà, Norman qui attaque au bout de la ligne droite. Norman qui est passé à l'intérieur sur Woolfit. Alors forcément, les deux hommes vont perdre un peu de temps. Mais c'est la course, hein. Voilà, on se fait pas de cadeau avec Norman devant Woolfit, désormais 4e. Et c'est Barthélemy, le 314, Mika Barthélemy, qui est le premier pilote tricolore classé devant Martinello.
And Woolfit looking to the inside of Norman to try and reclaim third. Doesn't happen there. Backs out of it. Bartholomew, Martinello and Darmadasa closing in behind these three. And behind Darmadasa, the Sri Lankan driver has a problem in the form of Tituan Oshe, Arno Saborin, who are right there. But Sidursky, here he is, starting in the final 90 seconds of this race to eventually stretch away. As we head into Virage de Technopark, there's Norman in the third place, the black, green and white RS competition machine, and he's being chased by Gold Chain Charlie. Gold Chain Charlie in fourth position, and Bartolome Martinello, Darmadasa are all looking on with interest, because any issues between these two and then Bartolome Martinello or Darmadasa, one of those three would move into at least P4, possibly P3, if depending on how big the issue between Norman and Wolfit got, if it were to happen. I know it's a lot of speculation, however, with a minute to go, things have sort of calmed down a little bit. And when the race is a bit boring, speculation is one thing in a commentator's arsenal that can help increase excitement a little bit.
Just a little bit. Allez, les deux derniers tours pour Sadowski qui a creusé l'écart maintenant et qui semble désormais hors de portée de Ethan Thorne. Tobias Norman et Charlie Wolfit, eux, vont s'expliquer, peut-être même revenir sur Ethan Thorne, parce que finalement l'écart il n'est pas si important que ça. Et ça peut-être nous valoir une belle explication pour les places d'honneur derrière Max Sadurski, qui va dans quelques instants boucler son dernier tour. Il reste 4 secondes dans le temps réglementaire. Attention à l'attaque là. Oh, ça c'est parti à la faute. Pour le numéro. Il y a 2 pilotes qui sont partis à la faute suite à cet accrochage.
Oh, well, that was Ethan Thorne and Tobias Norman coming together, and poor old Charlie Wolfit had nowhere to go and was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but at least Wolfit somehow able to get back on track. Thorne and Norman are out, and this on your screen on the final lap is now the battle for third position between Hugo Martinello, Rian Damadasa, Titouan O'Shea and Arnaud Sabarin. Arnaud Sabarin, well, he's been punched about in this race more than an ice hockey goalie. And he is from Canada, so he knows how much they get punched around. But he somehow, like an ice hockey goalie, made a very, very stern stuff, has spat out the blood from his mouth and has got back into it. And somehow Arnaud Saborin is going to emerge from this race with a top 6 finish. Sadurski has won. Bartolome is second. Martinello, Damadasa, O'Shea and Saborin in top 6. Bourguignon 7th, Lacroix Estevez and Charlie Wolfit in 10th. But Charlie just had a scare of his life then. Because he had to drive up the banking. I mean, it was Monza that had the banking, not Le Mans. But I know Le Mans got that banking, but that's not a bank. You'll see as you follow the leader, that bank there at the side, that very steep grassy bank, is where Wolfit had to drive up to avoid the crashing duo in front of him. Just when you thought the race had got a little bit pedestrian, that happens.
Et voilà, vous l'avez vu, donc victoire facile de Max Sadurski. Mika Barthélémy est en deuxième position. Et Martinello, le français, complète le podium virtuel de cette manche de qualification avec Darmatza dans son sillage, O'Shea, Sabourin, Bourguignon, Lacroix, Estevez et Wolfit finalement 10e. Lui qui se battait aux avant-postes et qui a failli être aussi l'une des victimes collatérales de cet accrochage dans l'avant-dernier tour entre Norman et Thorne. Voilà donc pour cette deuxième manche qualificative opposant les pilotes E et G de la catégorie senior. Et dans quelques instants, la dernière manche qualificative de la journée avec les pilotes des groupes B et C en piste.
Degree.
Well, Jen is busy checking with the race officials to see how long we got, Jen, before we go for the last race of the day. Long enough for a quick couple of final words?
We've got long enough. We're waiting on one driver. The gate's about to close. But I've got time. Boas Maximov, front row. Tell us about yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was really good. We got Paul in a group, so that's really good.
Got a few fans up there. Anyone you want to say hi to?
No.
Okay. It's always fun on the... Alrighty. Who else am I going to talk to? What about Jeremy? Jeremy probably wants to say hi to Grandad at home in Spain.
Hi.
Hi, Grandad.
He's watching now.
He is watching. What about that race earlier today? It was fantastic.
It was good. We get a great pace and we passed. We managed to grade the race and we win.
Now you've been here. This is your usual summer holiday, isn't it? Away from Campios. Come for a holiday. Come to Le Mans. Try and get on the podium.
Not holiday for sure. Too much stress.
Okay. There's our friend, our Spanish friend, Pedro, having a little bit of a laugh there. He's on the front row with his Dutch driver. Now, I know that your dad and Pedro used to work a little bit together, so you think they share any secrets? Because he's like starting in front of you.
I don't know.
I think so. Okay, who else? Teresa. Here she is. She's not going to speak with us, but there she is. Stanek did a great job. This is Stanek's beautiful sister, the oldest one. I'm not going to stress her out, but she's a superstar. Where's Eva? Eva, where are you? I know you're on the grid. Eva Morris. Where is she hiding? Down here? There she is. We want to say hi to everyone at home, Eva. Give them a wave. I know we've got to leave the grid, but I just want to say hi to a couple of the girls. Doing a great job. And of course all the boys are as well. So I don't know if there's what about one of our Danish, a little bit of warming up going on over here. That's probably what I need to do. Maybe I'll come back in the morning, a bit of warming up together. In any case, back to the front of the grid and Perrine. Also, what I noticed is a lot of the guys on the front row take their time, just relax, get focused, and probably a good chance now to have a look what's going on here. Gilter on the second row. He's given me a nod. Good luck. Elio, good luck. Alrighty, one of our French drivers. Just waiting for the whistle, any moment. Or the flag. Front row, Boas Maximov was actually the first European mini champion many moons ago. A little bit of trivia.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. Behind the grid, that I know we had a driver doing his own little warm-up exercises. That was Matisse Parlon. You saw Jen walk past as he's doing there. But of course, if Matisse just looks above the Rotax Racing danners on the outside of the demi-grid, he'll see that we've got 3, 2, 1, perform. The human centre of expertise in the paddock.
He's in there with Emily.
There, and you can do all sorts of pre-race warm-ups and warm-down so that your body is in peak physical condition.
Yes, she said to come by tomorrow, so I think we've got a a date with Emily in the 3-2-1 perform.
Jen, it's going to take more than a day to get me into peak physical condition. Emily's a wonderful lady who can work magic with drivers. I am a lost cause.
You'd be surprised what's in that truck.
Oh, there's lots of stuff in that truck. But enough about Emily's truck. How about some go-karting for the last time today? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go out onto the grid. Simon Perigny, Boaz Maximov on row 1. Elio Gilter and Uben on row 2. Noah Janssen and Jeremy Roivers on row 3. Bran van der Weken and Antoine Taron row 4. Marco Bernardi and Teresa Babichkova on row number 5. Enzo Cuadel and Sean Butcher on row 6. Christian Syerson and Matthias Joseph on row 7. Mathis Parlant, exercise is complete, and Eason Seng, who I am very pleased to say, Eason's dad was very kind to bring us up in the commentary box some pineapple and apple cakes from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, and they have been disposed of in the correct way, which is why I won't be going to 3-2-1 perform to get into peak physical condition anytime soon. Behind Eason Seng, Flynn Fitters, Brandon Truman, Albie Lapper, Tom Cave, Giacomo Di Pasquale, Tom Razier, Ava Morris, Kaspar Sitko, Hugo Rogion, Kern Williams, Noel Zack, Nino Delaunay, Jakub Vondrasek, Luis Coman. Then the last 3 rows, Pinchuria, Littler, St. Leger, Courage, Lambers, The Hague. 2 are the 4 drivers that led their qualifying session, the 2 Bouvan Power teammates, starting at the back after a pair of technical exclusions. Can they fight back? You've also, Bouvan Power, these teams, they do push everything to the absolute limit when it comes to setting the karts up, and that's what an engine builder and what a team's supposed to do. And it just so happened that 2 of the drivers from Bouvan Power, just like Icarus, when it came to qualifying yesterday, flew a little bit too close to the sun, and Paul Klassen and the rest of the technical team were there to put a bit of a dampener on their parade. And of course, they both charged through the order this morning because they're very, very, very quick drivers in very, very quick, well-prepared karts, entered by a very, very well-prepared team. But, yesterday they tried something. It worked a little bit too well, and they got pinged for it. But of course, if you're paying teams, and the vast majority of these drivers do pay the teams, in fact nearly all, then you pay them to give you to really push the envelope, to give you the absolute best chance you can get to win a big race like this. So the teams, they go away, they work their very, very hardest to get everything right on the limit of what is allowed, and occasionally, it just goes over the limit. But that's why we have a team of technical scrutineers here. Here we go, Perigny and Maximov. Maximov, another a Bouvan Power driver, to show you how quick those Belgian entered karts are. They're the Tony karts, and then down the side panel of the side pod, you've got that thick green block with the lettering on it to signify the Bouvan Power Tony karts against any other sort of, the standard Tony kart graphics kit. We're off and racing. Ooh. And Boaz Maximov through turn number 1. They're 5 wide through turn number 1. There's an RS competition kart going slowly, and look at this. That's a great shot of the drivers battling under braking to come through turn 2. Perigny has the lead.
Allez, très bon départ de Simon Perigny, qui a non seulement gardé la tête de la course, mais maintenu hors de portée ses adversaires directs. Et derrière, on pensait que Maximov allait avoir du mal à conserver sa deuxième position. Bien finalement, dans le virage, il a réussi à retrouver un trou de souris pour tout de suite replonger derrière Simon Perigny. Et de fait, les 2 pilotes qui étaient sur la première ligne sont aux 2 premières places au moment de boucler ce premier tour. Voilà qui est fait, avec un petit écart d'ailleurs réalisé sur Sverhuben et Elio Gilter en 4e position. Noah Jensen est pour l'instant 5e. Et attention, parce que là, ça va évidemment chauffer un petit peu. Gilter qui va vouloir revenir aux avant-postes, à n'en pas douter, le numéro 347 qui a perdu une place, lui qui partait de la 3e position. Mais en tout cas...
Oh, big crash. Sorry, Eric. That's Jeremy Roivers. And there's a 381 driver who is... that is the 381. That's Noah Janssen, who is in a bit of discomfort. The marshal is with him. He's moving around, which is much... It's always great when a driver is moving around in the kart, screaming, I'm hurt, than when a driver is very quiet in a kart and is evidently hurt. Now, there is one of the race directors, and the marshal is with Noah Janssen, who is being moved out of harm's way. There you can see Noah Janssen talking to the race director. No, that's one of the assistant race directors, Alain Delcroix, down on the circuit. And red flags. Red flags are being brought out. So, red flag being brought out. Now, obviously, there is a situation where the reason we're calling for the red flag is because the Alain Delcroix, who is supporting there, there's the red flag. Now, we're not going to show you, you saw the incident that involved Jeremy Roivers and I want to say one of the Infinity karts, but what the reason of the red flag is if the safety team cannot get a driver, if a driver can't get themselves out of the kart, then they can't just sit in a kart in pain for 9 minutes. So, now this could be shoulder, it could be arm, wrist, any of those elements that will prevent the driver from getting themselves out of the seat as the karts are brought back. So, we will wait to see. The good news is that, now he is chatting away to the two marshals and the assistant race director who are with him. The ambulance is now with him, and they are holding his left shoulder, which tells me, I think you saw a kart vault up and over the front of one kart into the back of another. And it's now pretty clear that the 381 kart, Noah Janssen, was the other. That maybe, I'm trying to see who was it. Roivers is down at the back. The other kart that was involved was, I'm looking. Oh, now where is? Oh, well, I can't. Is it Jim? Can't see the number on the car at the back. I think it is the 3-4. Let's have a look. 3-4 something. It is Giacomo Di Pasquale. So the 421 of Roivers you just saw there, and you can see the yellow kart, the yellow and black kart driver at the back there, just last on the left, looking up. It was Giacomo Di Pasquale. Here comes Gonzalo Duarte jogging out onto the circuit, the technical official from Rotax, because the race is not 75% over. Therefore, we will have a restart. The task of now checking which driver has a nose cone that is already displaced will begin, because those numbers will be taken. If it will be a normal restart, with the rest of the rating, then those nose cones will be put back, but they have been checked, so there will be a penalty. And that is to allow, because of course if you go out and you've already got a nose cone penalty, what have you got to lose? You know, there's a temptation for an upset driver to then react, which, because he says, well, there's not going to be any more, there's not going to be any you're not going to get another nose cone penalty. You can only get one. So now you can see the drivers that have been pinged putting their noses back into place. The 364 you're looking at there, that is Flynn Fitters. So, yep, I got a penalty, but they know it, so I can put my nose cone back in now. And we will wait to see what the restart procedure is going to be. Can I also remind everybody that as soon as the racing finishes, could we please have every driver assembling by the main grandstand, the main podium, the big screen for the driver parade?
Voilà, le drapeau rouge qui a été passé suite à cette sortie de piste et à cet incident qui visiblement a porté préjudice à l'intégrité physique d'un pilote. On a vu l'ambulance se porter à son chevet. On soupçonne un problème au niveau peut-être du bras ou de la clavicule. Et pour l'instant, les pilotes sont venus se repositionner sur la grille de départ en attendant une remise en formation. Il restait 6 minutes 44 à parcourir dans le temps réglementaire, donc on va repartir pour une nouvelle procédure. Évidemment, il y aurait eu 75% de la distance couverte, la course aurait été validée. Là, ce n'est pas le cas, on va redonner un nouveau départ et on va évidemment repositionner les pilotes logiquement dans l'ordre où ils ont franchi la ligne de chronométrage dans le tour précédant la sortie et la présentation du drapeau à damier. Voilà donc pour cette procédure qui va être remise en place dans quelques instants. Au niveau du planning, sachez que juste après cette manche qualificative opposant les pilotes B et C de la catégorie senior, Henry animera la parade des pilotes, la présentation des pilotes. Donc merci de nous rejoindre du côté du podium et de l'écran géant afin ensuite de faire la présentation sur la ligne droite des stands pour pouvoir participer à cette parade des pilotes. Merci à vous.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
has an identity. Most kit doesn't show it. Wearscape custom teamwear. Your colors, your story, stitched into every piece. Performance kit on track, everyday wear off it. Wearscape, one team, one look.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Where you can't afford mistakes. Because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
On continue de patienter jusqu'à la prise en charge complète du pilote qui a été blessé dans cet accro.
Racing is who we are.
Every team has an identity. Most kit doesn't show it. Wearscape custom teamwear. Your colors, your story, stitched into every piece. Performance kit on track, everyday wear off it. Wearscape, one team, one look.
You're looking at the remaining runners, not including the number 349 kart of Giacomo Di Pasquale. His kart is too damaged to recover. Now, the 381 Noah Janssen was placed on a stretcher. Precautionary, he was talking, and has been put into an ambulance and is now being taken, I would imagine, in the paddock. The medical team here will overlook him and then decide whether or not he needs to go to a local hospital. But like I said, Noah was talking. Yes, he was in a lot of discomfort. It looked like left shoulder, which he got, a cart in the left shoulder. And he was sort of bent over a little bit, so he's definitely had the wind knocked out of him as well. So they will be taking him and, doing all the due diligence. And that is why you fill out your medical consent form. Because without that being filled out, the medics are legally in France not allowed to treat you. So, unless you have signed a consent form allowing them to treat you. So, of course, Noah, hope he's filled his. No, he did. But that is why. Now, the start procedure, it will be a single file restart. The order has been pushed back one lap. So the last fully completed lap. Now where will Jeremy Roivers line back up? Because Roivers was involved in the incident with Di Pasquale and Janssen. But Roivers' cart, I cannot see where Roivers is. And looking down the order, Roivers will still be at the back, I believe. There he is, yes, at the back there in the red and black race suit, just pushing his Tony kart now. He's pushing it back into, he's moving up a couple of positions. Obviously, you can see there, Gonzalo Duarte with the on the left-hand side of your screen in one of the nice, very nice blue, white-collared officials tops we've got on. They are Italian. And you say, well, oh, by the way, you can have an extra large, please. An extra large Italian size is not an extra large British size. Or French size, as myself and Eric are discovering up here in the commentary box. The officials' tops are very, very smart this year. They are somewhat snug. However, that's not a manufacturer problem, that's a me problem, and the fact that I like dinner too much. We wait to see who is obviously we're going down the order, and everyone put into the correct position, their running position. They crossed the line at the end of the last fully completed lap before the red flags were called. We're going to be minus a couple, at least, drivers here. Antoine Taron did not take the start, so 35 drivers remain. There is a look. Now you've got Perigny ahead of Maximov. Then Sverhuben in third. Elio Gilter is fourth. Sean Butcher fifth. Marco Bernardi will be 6th. Then the 3.96 of Bran van der Weken. Matthias Parlant, Teresa Babichkova rounds out the top 10. Enzo Kudel, Albi Lapper, Matthias Joseph, Brandon Truman will be next. Then it's Eva Morris, Eason Seng, Tom Cave, Katzbart Sitko, Nino Delorney, Ugo Rogion, and Kern Williams in your top 20. Jakub Vondracek, Luis Koman, Boris Verhaag, Noel Zak, Yanis Courage, Christian Sierson, Alfie Littler, Lars Lambers, Gustav Penturia, and in 30th 30th position is Jeremy Roivers. Then you have the last 3 carts, Flynn Fitters, Tom Rieger and Enzo St. Leger.
Allez, la procédure de départ est relancée avec évidemment le chrono qui est reparti au moment où Simon Perini a redémarré son kart. C'était lui le leader au moment de l'interruption de la course. Donc c'est lui qui va redonner le rythme à cette procédure de départ. On va voir si tout le monde se regroupe et surtout, c'est que le temps maintenant qui reste à parcourir va être de plus en plus limité. Donc on devrait avoir une course à très haute intensité désormais, puisqu'il reste moins de 5 minutes maintenant. Moins de 5 minutes, lorsque les pilotes vont repasser sur la ligne de chronométrage, à mon avis, on sera en dessous des 4 minutes 30 de course effective. Donc ça va être tout pour l'attaque. Attention aux excès de fougue et attention aux excès de précipitation pour ne pas endommager ou compromettre plus exactement les chances qui avaient été celles qui avaient été mises en place durant la première partie de course. Et c'est relancé avec Simon Perini aux commandes de ce restart, avec tout de suite dans son sillage Maximov qui reste au contact pour mettre la pression. On est parti pour 4 minutes 10 de course.
Well, we started the race clock when the drivers started. Well, anyway, we started the race clock at the start of what was the pace lap. Not the race start, but there we go. We got 4.5 minutes now. 4 minutes remaining, and drivers wasting no time getting in and amongst it, and that was Sver Uben being jettisoned from the lead group out there at the banking. And Perigny has lost the lead. Boaz Maximov has the advantage. Then it is Perigny second. Third is Elio Gilter. Butcher is fourth. Sean Butcher looks to the inside, does he? No, because they're all defending. Behind Butcher is Marco Bernardi for the Infinity team. The top 5 already breaking clear from Albi Lapper up into 6th position. Lapper gained 6 places on the restart lap. Remarkable for the driver currently leading the FIA Academy Championship for seniors. And there's very, very close up on the banking, and that's Perigny getting sent to the high side, courtesy of Elio Gilter. Albi Lapper has gone purple through Sector 1. He's just gone purple through Sector 2. This could be Lapper is there. He's the first of the green and white Tony karts in the second group. There he is. Albi Lapper, 3.97. We got 2.5 minutes to go. I think Lapper could possibly even win this race by the way things are going, because Maximov is defending. Lapper in the top 3. I'll put Lapper in the top 3 bare minimum in the next 2 minutes.
Allez, c'est un nouveau passage avec pas mal de changements en haut de la hiérarchie, avec désormais Maximov qui emmène le peloton avec Butcher dans son sillage et Elio Gilter en 3e position. Simon Perini a été victime de la fougue, pourrait-on dire comme ça, de Elio Gilter dans le banking. Il a été obligé d'élargir la trajectoire, il a perdu pas mal de positions, il était 6e. Elio Gilter, lui, est revenu aux avant-postes, et attention parce que devant on se frictionne et derrière ça revient avec un groupe de furieux emmené par Albi Lapper et Simon Perigny qui va évidemment avoir envie de reprendre sa position.
Lapper looks to the inside. He's got Perigny on his rear bumper. I think Simon Perigny has realised, okay, the 397 cart is quicker than me, so I am going to just push. That's smart from Perigny. Lapper is into the top 5. Butcher and Giltaire has got a very strange shaped nose cone, it has to be said, after that incident with Perigny at this corner 2 laps ago. And Boaz Maximov has now faded to 4th place. Or is that 5th? Who is the first of those two? There's Elio Giltaire to the inside. And new leader Elio Giltaire, Sean Butcher, doesn't seem to be too worried about that. 30 seconds to go. Butcher now swings out wide. He'll try the undercut coming out of turn number 2 to dive back up the inside, going into turn number 3 if he can. Can he? Not quite. He thought about it though.
Allez, Elio Gilter qui a pris les commandes de la course alors que nous sommes dans les 2 derniers tours, puisque dans 15 secondes maintenant, le temps officiel sera écoulé. Il ne restera qu'un tour supplémentaire à effectuer. Donc les 2 derniers tours actuellement en cours avec Elio Gilter aux commandes, avec Sean Butcher juste derrière lui. 3e position pour Marco Bernardi et Maximov qui est retombé en 4e position, mais qui va peut-être attaquer au bout de la ligne droite. Non, ça n'est pas le cas. Elio Gilter qui va rentrer dans son dernier tour de course en tant que leader. Sera-t-il leader sur la ligne d'arrivée? C'est toute la question. On va voir si Butcher va être capable de lui disputer la victoire jusqu'au bout. Elio Gilter qui se retournait. Butcher en 2e position qui part au large pour recouper la trajectoire, mais pour l'instant ça ne passe pas. Et 3e, c'est Marco Bernardi.
Here's the move from Bishop. Giltaire defends. This is going to back everybody up over the final half a lap, because in 3rd place you have Bernardi. Maximum is 4th. Perigny has got past Albi Lapper for 5th. So Lapper only 6th now. Van der Weyken with a purple first sector closing in 7th. Whatever. Oh, this is going to be a very, very touchy. Oh, there's Butcher. And defends to the inside. Here comes Giltaire. And Bernardi tries the Slim Shady at the last cut. That's not going to work. And Butcher will bring the lead group to the line. Boaz Maximov gets past Bernardi on the run out of Pitts Bend. And the checkered flag comes out. Butcher takes the win from Giltaire, Maximov, Perigny, Bernardi, Lapper, Van der Weyken, Parlant, Joseph and Babichkova in 10th.
Allez, fin de cette course et avec un retour remarquable de Sean Butcher sur le dernier secteur, qui a pris le meilleur sur Elio Gilter, qui termine 2e, Boaz Maximov 3e, et Simon Perigny qui était reparti pendant un moment aux alentours de la 7e position, mais finalement est revenu assez fort dans ce dernier tour et il va chercher la 4e place devant Marco Bernardi. Albin Lapper termine 6e, Van der Weyken est 7e, Mathis Parlant est 8e, Mathias Joseph 9e, et c'est Babikova qui complète le top 10 de cette manche qualificative qui opposait les pilotes du groupe B au groupe C à ceux du groupe C dans cette catégorie senior. Voilà, c'est ainsi que se termine le programme du jour. Vous avez, n'oubliez pas, rendez-vous dans quelques minutes avec Henry pour la présentation des pilotes, driver presentation, in a few minutes with Henry. So the meeting point is in front of the podium in the paddock area.
It certainly is, and all the drivers will need to be in their race suits for the driver parade. And that, ladies and gentlemen, with Sean Butcher emerging from a rather fraught final senior Rotax race, and you have Jeremy Roivers finishing 22nd after restarting 30th. So, ladies and gentlemen, for you watching the WFR TV live stream, that's the end of the racing for today here in the paddock. we have got the driver presentation and the welcome party. It's called a cocktail party, which is very nice. Tomorrow, though, Eric, we have got the small matter of the remaining heats, and then, well, we've got lots of heats. Heats all day tomorrow, in fact. When do we start? When can the viewers join us back on the 3MK Events YouTube channel for tomorrow's coverage? The answer is, and we'll do this in 2 languages, French and sort of English. Senior Group A and E are back on track. Race 1 tomorrow starts at 8:45 a.m. local time.
Voilà, donc c'est la fin de cette journée ici au Mans pour la première journée de course du RMCIT. Et on se retrouve demain à partir de 8h45. Ce sera la catégorie senior qui ouvrira les débats. Et donc, encore une fois, ça sera à partir de 8h45. Voilà, on va se quitter sur ces images. Et nous, eh bien, dans quelques instants, on va se diriger vers la parade des pilotes et la présentation des pilotes dans quelques instants sur le circuit du Mans.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. Before we leave you, we are going to show you a couple of brief race highlights. But on behalf of BRP Rotax, 3MK Events, on behalf of Jen Wade and Eric Chalice, on behalf of myself, thank you very much for joining us. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:45 after you watch these brief highlights. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.